That's all. No problem. Good morning, everyone. Happy Thai Pongal. Visual happy Thai Pongal. Am I audible enough? Am I audible enough? Thank you, Umar. Thank you. I think we have stopped with uh, throughput accounting. Am I correct? Before we get started with the throughput accounting, quickly we'll have a recap what we all did the last whole week, and then we can move on to the questions, past paper question. I think I have given 20 marks questions. Am I correct? It's a 20 marks or 10 marks question. Uh, yes, sweet treats bakery. No? That's a 10 marks questions. We'll discuss in some time, and quickly we'll finish it off the area what we have covered in the last class. There are how many people? There are 14 people. So before we get started, do you have any doubts? You can put them forward. I can clarify your all doubts, and then we can go back to the what we all did in the last class. We can go through it. Any doubts? No doubts. Will they get late? Others. Shall I start then? Is it okay? Thank you. You know, we talked about accounting. There are two types of accounting. One is financial accounting, another one is management accounting. We went through the differences between financial accounting and management accounting, and we went through the role of the financial accountant and role of what management accountant. Main difference between financial accounting and management accounting is financial accounting is mainly to do external report. If you are a financial accountant, what you would do is you will provide the information to the shareholders or stakeholders with regard to the company's performance and its position. Performance means what? Profit or loss, or statement of profit or loss. Position means what? Balance sheet. If you are a management accountant, what you would do is you will provide the information to internal party for them to make right decision at the right time. So you may ask a question from me, what sort of information that we will provide to internal party? You remember the area or the techniques that are we going to discuss under performance management, right? You remember we talked about what activity-based costing. We talked about what throughput accounting, target costing. There are a number of techniques we have discussed. All these information we will provide to the what board of director for them to make what right decision at the right time. That's the main difference between financial accounting and management accounting. And we went on some other differences as well. You remember financial accounting deals with the past information, management accounting future information. Financial accounting is a statutory requirement, legal requirement. Management accounting is optional. Next, we went on financial accountant should adhere, should follow generally accepted accounting principles, standard, format, concept, etc. Whereas management accounting, there is no such requirement. These are the differences between financial accounting and management accounting. And you remember, we talked about the word called cost. What is meant by cost? Cost means what? Expenditure. Cost means what? Expenditure. For what? To get the product or service. So if I want to give you the official definition, what they say, cost is an expenditure which you are incurred to attributable for what? Specific things or what? Activity. Things or activity. Sorry. Things means what? Product. Activity means what? Service. Next, we talked about the differences between cost per unit and the cost unit. Cost per unit means 1 unit cost. What is meant by cost unit? A product or service in relation for which costs are certain. You remember, I asked the question from your hospital. What is the cost unit? You said what? Number of patients. My payments. What is the cost unit? Number of hours, number of students, number of classes. All are correct. Automobile company, number of cars. And we talked about composite cost unit. Any cost, if it has more than one cost basis, which is known as what? Composite cost unit. Generally, it will be seen where only in the service industry. At the same time, I have explained to you all, it is not compulsory. Each and every service industry what should have what? More than one. As long as if it has more than one, which is known as what? Composite cost unit. Then we talked about what? Cost center. Cost center, it can be a department, or it can be a product, or it can be a activity for which costs are accumulated. Wherever you are collecting the cost, which is known as what? Cost center. Cost center. Generally, there are two types of cost center. One is a production cost center, another one is what? Service cost center. Right? Then we talked about cost classification. We can classify the cost into three groups. Am I correct? First one is a nature, second one is a function, third one is what? Behavior. Based on the function, based on the nature, it can be further categorized into two segments. One is what? Direct, another one is what? Indirect. What is exactly meant by direct? Any cost which is directly connected to the product or service, which is known as what? It can be traced with ease. It can be traced with what? Ease. That is what is known as direct cost. Under direct cost, there are three categories we discussed: material, labor, and expenses. All direct. There's another name for that. Very good. Prime cost. The same thing we discussed about what? Indirect or indirect. Anything which is indirectly related to the what? Product or services, which is known as what? Indirect cost. The combinations of indirect, we call it as what? Production overhead. Prime cost plus production overhead equals to what? Total production cost. With the total production cost, if you add non-production, the name itself, it's giving you the what? Meaning non-production, not during the production process. Which means what? You will incur during the what? Sales process, which is known as what? Non-production overhead. Then you can get the what? Total cost. As long as you found the total cost, you can add profit. You can decide what? Selling price for your product. That is the cost classification with regard to the what? Nature. Then we went on behavior. Very, very important part. Why am again placing the finger on what you call the basic part of the cost classification? Right after completion of this throughput accounting, we'll be starting the next chapter, break-even analysis. When it comes to break-even analysis, once again, you'll have to make sure the basic part of the what? Cost classification. If you are weak in the cost classification, it's once again difficult for you to understand the what? Break-even. Therefore, always in management accounting, when it comes to performance management, try to make sure the basics. You remember, we talked about target costing. When we were discussing the target costing, you remember we placed the finger on what? High-low. You remember life cycle costing. Then again what? High-low method. High-low, as if it is tested as high-low, it's very easy. In the exam, if they are going to give you a question from the high-low, it's very easy. Why? It's a straightforward question. But high-low method will not be tested straight away. It will be twisted with another area. The best example, we did two types of questions. One 20 marks question under target costing, another 20 marks question under life cycle costing. That's the way it would be tested by in the exam. So therefore, you'll have to make sure the basic part thoroughly before you get started with the what? Advanced techniques. Right? Okay, come back to the point. Behavior. One is a fixed cost, another one is what? Variable cost, third one is what? Semi-variable cost. What is meant by fixed cost? The cost which will remain constant. It does not change. Then we talked about step fixed cost also. There are certain occasions your fixed cost what may get changed when you are passing the what? Activity level. For that also we discuss about the way of finding the variable cost and the fixed cost. Instead of using the high-low method, we introduce what? Two equations, simultaneous equations. Then we found the variable cost and the fixed cost by solving the equations. Then you remember we talked about the variable cost. Variable cost is a cost which will vary according to the activity level with the same proportion. That's the very, very important part. With the same proportions means it's a what? Linear relations. Linear relationship. What is exactly meant by linear relationship? To make 1 unit, your variable cost is $10. To make 2 units, it should be $20. You can't say $18. 3 units, it should be $30. It's not $25. That is what is known as linear relationship. But at the same time, when it comes to the practical circumstances, it's not what? Linear. Because when you are buying the goods from the supplier, you may be able to get what? Discounts. When you increase your quantities, you can get what? More and more discount. Then what will happen? The variable cost per unit will reduce. But for theoretical perspective, we are assuming variable cost per unit will remain constant. Then we talked about what? The example about the variable cost, direct material, direct labor, and direct expenses. Then we talked about semi-variable cost. It is a combination of what? Variable and fixed. Anything which has both, right? Something like a total cost, right? The best example you remember, we talked about your telephone expenses, your electricity expenses, your water bill. These are the best example with regard to what? Semi-variable cost. Then we started very important technique or the concept OAR, overhead absorption rate. How to calculate overhead absorption rate? Budgeted overhead divided by budgeted activity level. Activity level, priority should have been given for what? Hours. Hours, right? You remember why do we calculate what? OAR. If you do not calculate OAR, because overhead is generally identified what? In total. Sometimes you need to price for the product at the beginning of the period. Without knowing the price of the product, you can't run a business. Then you are supposed to calculate what? Overhead. Or you'll have to charge your overhead to what? Your product. Then only you can decide the what? Selling price. Then as a management accountant, what we will do is by using the what? Budgeted information. What is budget? It's not a jargon, estimated information. We will be finding the OAR. Then we will charge the OAR to product. Then we can calculate the what? Total production cost. Because prime costs are found with this. You know, before they start the class, even they can ask from me how much that you are expecting from each student. If it is 10,000, say example 10,000, then they can decide in advance that is 10,000. But overhead, until you get the bill, you don't know how much that you are going to get for what? Electricity, telephone, insurance, depreciations. In such a situation, as a management accountant, we will calculate the what? Overhead. Then you will calculate what? OAR. Then you will charge to the product. Then we talked about the concept called what? Absorption overhead. How much you are absorbing to what? Product. That is what is known as absorption overhead. At the end, you will find out what? Under or over absorption. How to calculate under or over absorption? Actual minus absorption or absorption minus actual. If absorption is more, over absorption. If absorption is less, under absorption. When compared with what? Actual overhead. Clear? Is that understandable? Then we started the concept called what? Activity based costing. What is meant by activity based costing? What is meant by activity based costing? Come on. Let me know anything that you know where it's in your mind. Very good. Sorry? Perfect answer. We will allocate the overheads based on the what? Activity. Right? You remember, to understand the activity based costing, there are 5 steps to be followed. Identify the activities, identify the cost for the associated activities, identify the cost drive as to the reason why the cost is incurred. Next one is what? Cost per driver rate. Next, you will charge the CDR to the product. Those steps which will teach you what is meant by activity based costing. If I want to give the small summary with regard to the activity based costing, under traditional approach, that is what absorption costing system, we were assuming overheads are all the overheads are driven by what? Hourly changes or output basis. But there are some expenses which are not related to what? These drivers. So management accounting or activity based costing technique is teaching us, don't go and use the what? Same driver for all the what? Activity. Then you won't be able to control the cost. You remember, I have clearly to explain to you, under performance management, these are what? Tricks and what? Hacks which has been deployed in the syllabus to maximize the what? Company's profit or manage the what? Profit. To manage our profit, either we'll have to increase our what? Income or reduce our cost, but which has to be done or which should be done in a methodical way. Am I correct? We can't do the way we want. That is what performance management accounting is what teaching us. One way of reducing the overheads or properly charging the overhead to product is what? Activity based costing. By implementing activity based costing, we will keep a competitive selling price in the market. Am I correct? Because there are a number of changes which is taking place in the market. We will have to go with the market. We can't go the way we want. If we try to go the way we want, we can't survive in the market. We will be what? Kicked off. We will be swept in the market. That is what performance management accounting teaches. How are you going to adapt the changes based on the market conditions? So activity based costing, I think most probably, I expect that will be definitely tested as a at least 10 marks question. At least 10 marks questions were in your exam. Because you know why? There are some areas where in the management accounting, whether they like it or not, they should take the question from those areas. So if there's some exam, because it's very difficult to do the prediction in advance for performance management. Because if you look at the financial accounting, there is a one definite chance of getting one consolidation. Do you all agree with me? Consolidation definitely will be there. But management accounting, there are almost 20 to 25 topics. For me, it's very difficult to judge under which part that will be tested. You would have seen that part. Sometimes target costing and the learning curve would have tested as a 20 marks. Right? Also, there's no choice. No? The entire question to be what? Done in the exam. Right? Therefore, it's very difficult to do a prediction. Therefore, we'll have to make sure the whole part before we go for an exam. That is a bit of a challenging for us to complete, because I can't keep on, because if you are requesting me to do more questions, so I'll have to, sacrifice some of the topics. I'll have to finish it off everything within the time frame. That's the reason. So important areas, I try my level best to do 110 marks and 120 marks past papers question. Rather focusing what, small question, tiny question, it won't give you any benefits. Come back to the point. Then we talked about what activity-based costing. Right after activity-based costing, we have started with the what? Life cycle costing or target costing. So once again, if you look at the target costing, It's one of the very interesting topic. You know why? What the target costing is teaching us, don't go with the traditional way of what deciding what your selling price and the profit margin. What we have learned in management accounting, calculating the total cost of the product, adding the profit, and deciding the what selling price. So at the same time, your competitors, right? Your product price is what? Let's say 100 rupees. Your competitor's selling price is only 70 rupees. Can you go and survive in the market? Same quality, same item. Your competitor is selling for $70. You are selling for $100. Can you go and sell your product where in the market? No. Because the market selling price is totally different from your selling price. Therefore, target costing is teaching us. Target costing is teaching us, right? Don't go with the price what you have already decided. Go with the market selling price. Go with the market selling price. So first step of the target costing is identify the market selling price. Then what? Decide what your profit margin. You don't need to reduce your profit. You keep your profit as it is. Don't reduce but your profit. So if you try to go with the what your same profit what you have already decided, there's a problem of what? Cost. Your current cost may be 100 rupees, but the expected cost could be what? 80 rupees. That's the what cost gap. So you need to find out the techniques to what? Bridge the what? This gap. That is what target costing teaching us. There are a number of ways that we can reduce the what? Target cost gap. One way of reducing the target cost gap is what? You remember we talked about what? Learning curve. We will be doing that part in some time. As the labor force keep on what? Learning, you can reduce the what? Labor costs. And there are some other modern business technique. And there are some other value analysis. Do you remember we talked about value analysis? Esteem value, right? That is also value analysis, also one technique to reduce the target cost. But I have clearly explained to you in the exam. Don't go and write what is where in my PowerPoint or what your study text to reduce the target cost gap. Read the question. Read the what case study. Try to find out the way of what bridging the gap from the what case. 120 marks question we discussed. I told you we talked about what wastage. We talked about what idle. Am I correct? So we need to reduce those part to bridge what our gap. That is all about what target costing. Then we talked about what life cycle costing. What is meant by life cycle costing? There are how many phases in the product life cycle? 5 phases. So tracking and tracing what cost and revenue for each part of the phases is known as what life cycle cost. But generally we may have what 90% of what the cost during the designing stage. If I want to put it to very simple understanding language, whenever you decide the cost of the product, you will have to take to the account pre-manufacturing cost as well as what post-manufacturing cost. You can't go only with the cost that you are incurring with regard to the what product. So that is what life cycle costing is what teaching. Excuse me, don't forget life cycle costing is applicable only in the life cycle costing topic. But all the other part of the management accounting, we don't use the life cycle costing. We just go with the what traditional costing system. Because we won't be saying the pre-manufacturing cost. We won't be using the what post-manufacturing cost when it comes to what other part of the what management account. The life cycle costing is one other technique which is applicable whenever you do what life cycle costing. Understand what I said? Then we started with the what very important area, last topic, limiting factor first. What is meant by limiting factor? Limiting factor is a resource that restricts the profit maximization of an organization. Any resource, if it is restricting what the profit, which is known as what a limiting factor. For the timing I said what? Only one limiting factor. It can be a material, it can be labor hours, it can be a what? Machine hours. When you come across the limiting factor, is it possible for you to what satisfy the entire market demand? Can you satisfy the entire customer? No. You don't have what sufficient resources to satisfy the entire customer. In such a situation, what you have to do is you'll have to find out what is the product which is giving you what? More? What is the product which is giving you what? More? Profit. That is done by calculating what? Do you remember that? Calculating what? Contribution per limiting factor. Calculating what? Contribution per, not the contribution. Not the contribution. I have clearly said what? Contribution per limiting factor. How to calculate contribution per limiting factor? Contribution divided by limiting factor. You remember we talked about this example in the last class. There are two products, contribution is 70 and 27, right? So we'll have to rank the product not based on the contribution, but based on what? Contribution per limiting factor. Then we will be developing a maximum production plan. Then we will calculate the profit for the company. This is the one and only method that you can enhance the what? Company's profit by using the what? Limited resources. Clear? With that knowledge only, we started what? Throughput accounting. If you look at the throughput accounting, what it says, which was invented in 1984, Goldratt, am I correct? What he suggested, most of the businesses in modern business environment is having a what, labor forces are paid on the basis of what? Fixed. But earlier, on the traditional costing system, we were assuming all the labors were paid based on the what? Variable. Maybe what number of hours or number of units. But in the modern business environment, most of the companies who is making the payment for the labor force on the basis of what? Fixed. Since the labor forces are paid on the basis of what? Fixed, automatically variable or overhead also will be treated as a what? Fixed. Therefore, in the modern business environment, we say the super variable cost. What is the super variable cost? Only the direct material is considered as a what? Variable cost. Then we do calculate not the contribution, we call it as what? Throughput contribution. How to calculate throughput contribution? Sales minus direct material cost. So once again, this technique which is bit of a connection with what JIT system and the total quality management. JIT system and the total, because these are what modern business techniques. Then I have explained what is meant by JIT, what is meant by total quality management. So when it comes to throughput accounting, the steps are quite similar to the what traditional costing system under limiting factor. But make sure, very important point, the limiting factor can be a resources or what? It can, very good. It can be a resources or what? Process. Process which would become a limiting factor by having a what? Shortfall resources. Do you remember that I have created the bottle? There's a one process has become what? Neck of the bottle. So, under traditional costing system, we said what? Constraint, limiting factor, but here we call it, the name is what? Bottleneck, process or resources. It can be a process or resources. Then we'll have to rank the product based on what? Throughput contribution per bottleneck resources. All the other steps are what? Quite similar, but the way of using the words or the terminology is what? Different. Steps are what? Completely same thing what you did for the traditional method of what? Limiting factor. And this is that part you remember. Bottleneck process. Right? Now, why it has become that process number 3 has become what? Neck of the bottle due to lack of what? Resources. Lack of what? Resources. Then I have given contribution here, throughput contribution, limiting factor, bottleneck resources, contribution per limiting factor. We call it as what? Throughput contribution per bottleneck resource. bottleneck resources. So we discussed one question, and do you remember there are three important ratios we discussed under throughput accounting? There's a chance it might be tested as an what OTQ question under throughput account. Or if the examiner really wanted to test you the whole knowledge of throughput accounting, they may give you the 10 marks question. But there are a couple of past papers as about 20 marks question. There are a couple of past papers as about 20 marks question. But we'll have to get ready for everything. Wherever it is tested, we'll have to get ready to answer for the question. Again, I'm telling you, passing the exam, it depends on how much the effort and how much the number of questions that you are doing at home. So there are a number of questions we are in the hub, ACC hub. So I can't focus the both. Either I'll have to focus on the past papers question or the hub question or the study text questions or the BPP questions. So I took most often the past papers question. So, and for that also I'm picking the complicated one. Why I am trying to do more complicated? That will give you the broader knowledge with regard to the topics. That is, I used to tell for everyone, one case study, essay type question will teach you at least 20 OTQ questions. But if you try 20 OTQ questions, that will not teach you to do one case study. Therefore, most often try to go with the case study based 10 marks or 20 marks question. OTQ in the last minute, you can try everything. 5 to 6 questions for each chapter. So that is more than enough. But more and practice with the case study or 10 marks question, right? So then we talked about there are three types of a ratio. First one is what? Anyway, under throughput accounting, our main intention to calculate TA ratio. First, to calculate the TA ratio, how to calculate TA ratio? Return per factory hour divided by cost per factory hour. Return per factory hours means what? Bottleneck contribution, it means throughput contribution per bottleneck resources. Do you remember that? Then how to calculate return per factory hour? Contributions divided by bottleneck resources. Contribution, throughput contribution divided by bottleneck resources. So if you look at this example, selling price is $85, direct material is $42.5. Now it's very clear, throughput contribution is 42.5. Total factory cost is $8,000. Bottleneck hours is 1.5 hours. How to calculate return per factory hour? 42.5 divided by 1.5. That would give you $28.33 per hour. That's a very important management account. That should have been clearly indicated. That 28 for what? Whether for unit or hour or minutes, that should have been clearly indicated. Otherwise, you won't be given the marks where in the exam. Right? Second one is factory cost per hour. Factory cost per hour. How to calculate total factory cost divided by total bottleneck resources. That is $20. Now, what is TA ratio? What is TA ratio? Return per factory hour divided by cost per factory. Then we have, discussed how are we going to take the decision whether to continue with the product or discontinue with the product. Any product which is giving you more than one TA ratio. What is meant by more than one? Throughput contribution is more than factory cost. Then the product will be continue. Any product giving you less than one ratio, then the product will be revisited. That will be discontinued. Why? The cost is more than throughput contribution. That is the decision that we are going to take with regard to the TA ratio under throughput accounting. But the long run perspective, we should live with the constraint. We need to find out the way of eliminating constraint. Also, you remember, if the company is having more than one product, if you are able to recover your factory cost through the first product, Even though if the second product is giving you what, less than what, 1, still you can continue. Do you all agree with me? Why? The factory cost being recovered through the what? First product. Factory cost being recovered by what? First product. Therefore, through the second product, if that is giving you the throughput positive contribution, you can continue. Are you clear? But make sure through the throughput analysis, if you come across with the TA ratio, the decision criteria, any product which is giving you what, less than what, revisit it, discontinue. More than what, that will continue. But if you look at the management accounting perspective, if one product is giving you what, more than 1 ratio, but I'm asking from you tell. I don't give you a management accounting, explanation. As long as if you are, because what is meant by factory cost? It will remain constant. It is for the what, total company. Do you agree with me? It does not change based on the what, activity. As long as if you are able to recover all the factory costs through the what, another product, the second product, you are not going to incur what, factory costs separately. Am I correct? That's the reason management accounting perspective, still if you are having a what, positive throughput contribution, you can continue. Got my point? Is that understandable? That is what we all have discussed under throughput accounting. So what we did almost for 16 hours, no, 20 hours, I have covered in 45 minutes time. It does not mean that, I went fast. I just went the word recap and revisited the area where we have covered in the last class. Now, if you have any questions, the people have joined online, you can put them forward. Any questions? Before we get started with this very good question, this is Sweet Treats Bakery. Morning. Anybody who tried that questions at home? No. Sweet Bakery, did you try that question? That last week? Yeah. Tough question, no? No, that's a very good question. Even for me, first time it was tough. After my explanation, it will be very easy. But why I have brought the toughest question, don't get me wrong, this was, I can bring you some, there are some past paper easiest questions also. Because some people who says what, first you will do what the easiest question, that no, we don't have a time to discuss what the easiest question and what, because we try to go with the tough questions, right? Do you want time, at least 5-10 minutes to go through questions again? The pros are very same. Excuse me, just have a look. First, you need to identify what is the bottleneck here. Process. Do you agree with me? Not the bottleneck, resources. Because there are 3 processes. One is the waiting, another one is what, mixing, third one is what, baking. There are 3 processes. Out of these 3 processes, you have to find out one process which would be a bottleneck. Agree with me? When you come across the bottleneck, you won't be able to satisfy the entire customer demand since you don't have a what, sufficient resources. In such a situation, what you have to do is, you have to identify the what, throughput contribution per bottleneck process or resources. Agree with me? Right now, bit of a confusion over here. Excuse me. There are 2 types of a demand being given. Agree with me? One is what, minimum daily demand. Another one is what, maximum demand. We will have to, I'll guide you. I'll give you 5-10 minutes time to try these questions again, go through it again. I will guide you how to start this question. Anyway, I'm going to explain to you, no worries, because we did one question in the last class, because there was a small, comment The student who said first we start the one question, then we'll go back to what? Complicated questions. So that is already I have explained you one question, but this question is what? Bit of a confusions. I know, I can understand, but I'll guide you how to start. You just start it, then I will explain everything. For the time being, don't worry about the minimum demand. What is meant by minimum demand? From the available resources, all three types of items to be at least made. That is the minimum demand. After you are ranking, you will rank the product now based on the throughput contribution per bottleneck resources. First of all, you'll have to fulfill the what? Minimum demand. After fulfilling the minimum demand only, you can go back to the what? Maximum demand. Right? Next step, just have a look. Here, they have given the time and all based on the what? Number of batches. Do you all agree with me? But the production also should have been what? Made based on the what? Number of batches. That is the hint that I can give you all. I'll give you 5 to 10 minutes time. Even though if you do not attend the questions, no problem. First, try to understand the question. Try to understand the question. Then I will guide you step by step how are we going to get the answer for these questions. So very good questions. Can you all try quickly? And don't forget, in the exam, whenever you read the question, if you think that is important, please underline. Underline that particular what points. You won't be having a time to what come back that questions again, right? Anybody is having an idea how to start the questions at least? Online students, anyone who have got the answers? Sweet Treat Bakery, December 2016, past papers questions, right? Just have a look. We'll read the question first, right? But since this is what 10 marks question, how many minutes you can take maximum? Out of 3 hours, forget about the 10 minutes reading time, right? Yeah, maximum you can take 15 minutes. Since if you are going to tackle this question in 15 minutes, reading maximum we'll have to make it 3 minutes time. 3 minutes. Also, it is not compulsory, make sure, because we are having another wrong idea. Because some people what they try to do is they will try to split all the time into the what number of questions, and they say you said what 15 minutes. I don't agree with that statement. There are some questions you can complete in 10 minutes. Some question which will require some further time. It may require 20 minutes time. You got my point. Therefore, in the exam, based on the questions only, you will have to balance the time also, because some questions are easy, some are definitely what tough. Easiest question, try to finish it off as a, and you try to use the time where you saved in the easiest to what complicated question, right? Okay. Look at the question. Sweet Trees Bakery makes 3 types of a cake. One is what? Brownies, muffins, and cupcakes. These are their 3 products. The cost, revenue, demand for each of the 3 cakes are as follows. Batch size 40, brownie, muffins 30, cupcakes 20. That's a very crucial information. In a batch, they are making how many brownies? 40 brownies. Muffins 30. Therefore, what you have to do is you have to put the heading brownie B, right? Next one is what? Muffins M. Third one is what? Cupcakes C. Cupcakes. Batch size 40. Here 30. Here 20 cupcakes. Correct? Now, what is the maximum daily demand? Maximum daily demand 140. To make 140 units, how many batches to be done? How many batches to be done? 4 batches to be done. Then you may think, excuse me, in a batch you are making in a batch you are making 40. If you look at brownie, only the brownie that we are having a problem. Excuse me, listen to this. If you are looking the brownie, in a batch you are making 40. As you said, 4 batches, our production will go to what? 160. But the maximum market demand is what? 140. Why are we going to go with the what? 4 batches. Can't we stop with the what? 3 batches? No. No, because question clearly says it should have been made what? As a batch. As a batch. Therefore, here if you're going to make 40 batch, sorry, 140 units, market demand, 140. This is what 90. This is what 100. Online students, are you all okay? Online student, now let's quickly calculate the what number of batches. Number of batches. Here that would give you 4 batches. Do you agree with me? Here 3 batches. Here how many batches? 5 batches. Is that understandable first? Online students, is that understandable? Thank you, Umar. Only Umar, I'm getting the message. How about others? Thank you, thank you. Right, okay. Now we found the what number of batches, right? Now let's get started with what is the limiting factor. What is the limiting factor? Look at the selling price is given, material cost is given, labor cost is given, overhead is given. Everything is given per unit, not per batch. Everything is given what? Per unit. The minimum daily demand is required for a long-term contract with a local cafe and must be met. That's a very important word you'll have to highlight. From the available resources, but first you'll have to fulfill the what? Minimum daily demand. Minimum daily demand. The cakes are made in batches using the 3 sequential process: waiting, mixing, and baking. The product must be produced in their batch size but are sold individual units. We are making in a batch but selling what? Individual units. Each batch of cake requires the following amount of time for each processes. They have given the information for what? Time requirement for what? Number of batches. Do you all agree with me? Let's get started with the first identifying the what is the bottleneck process. What is the bottleneck process? So first let's take the waiting. If you look at the waiting, how many batches? 4 batches. Therefore 4 times 15 minutes. Am I correct? Plus 4 times what? 15. No, muffins, how many batches? 3, no? I'm sorry. Three times 15 minutes. Am I correct? Plus cupcake 5 times 20 minutes. Altogether, what is the requirement? 145, 145. 205 is the what? Requirement. Do you agree with me? What is the available resources? Available. Look at, they have given waiting minutes available 240 minutes. But the requirement is how many minutes? 205. Is this a limiting factor? No, that is not a limiting factor, waiting. Right? Second one is what? Mixing. Mixing. Each batch which will require 20 minutes brownie, right? How many batches that are we going to make? 4. Therefore, 4 times 20 plus 3 times 16 plus 5 times 12. Correct? Altogether, how much is needed? 188. What is the available resources? 180. Therefore, most probably mixing would be a limiting factor. Do you agree with me? But if you want, you can check the what next one. That is what baking as well. We'll quickly check that part as well, right? But when it comes to throughput accounting, there should be always one limiting factor. One limiting factor, right? That is what baking. Baking. 120 minutes. 4 times 120 plus 3 times 110. Last one, 5 times 120. Correct? Altogether, how much is needed? 1410. Available? 1440. Therefore, it's very clear. Mixing is what? Limiting factor. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? That is the first part of the our answer plan. Answer plan. This is the first part. But still, we didn't answer for the question because what is the first requirement? Which are the three process? If any bottleneck activity, yes, that's the first requirement. Now we can say what? Mixing. We have answered now first part of the question. Mixing. Mixing is a what? Limiting factor. Please quickly take down. Online student Sanjana. Yes, Sanjana. Option A. I think you are correct, Sanjana. I think you are correct, but anyway, we'll double check the answers. Shall we get started with the second part of the requirement? How to identify the limiting factor? If there is any shortfall, which is known as what? Limiting factor. Only mixing process, which we have a what? Shortfall, because the requirement is what? 188, but the available is what? 180. Why this today's physical turnout is less? Any specific reason? Some of your friends are absent today. Research has out. You all did the exam? Previous. You all did the exam? No. How about the results? Got through. All of them pass. What is the module that you did? Subject. FM. Who was your lecturer? All of them who have got through. What's the marks? 51. Pass marks is 50, no? I believe. But that is financial accounting, no? Financial management. Yeah, it's a complicated one, no? You discuss the investment appraisal and all. Yes. Right. Shall we continue the second part of the requirement? What is the second part of the requirement? Just have a look. On Wednesday, because the information being provided for a day, right? On Wednesday, the mixing process is identified as a bottleneck process. That because already we knew the mixing process is a what? Limiting factor. Just to make you all to more confused. Excuse me. Just to make you all to what? More confused. Already available resource for mixing is how much? 180. They say now on this day only 120 minutes is what? In the mixing process are available. Not the 180. Now they have what? Changed the what? Available minutes. We have only how many minutes? 120 minutes. Assuming that Sweet Trees Bakery wants to maximize the profit, what is the optimal production plan for Wednesday? What is the optimal production plan for what? Wednesday by having what? Only 120 minutes. So you remember To develop an optimal production plan, you'll have to rank the product. How are we going to rank the product based on throughput contributions per limiting, yeah, per mixing what resource. But what I'm going to do is, since the information being given for what uh, per unit, first I will calculate for per unit, then I will convert everything to what per batch. Then it's easy for us to what get the answer with a less time frame, right? Okay. Brownie. Second one is what muffins. Third one is what cupcakes. Let's get the selling price. What is the selling price? $1.5 per unit. $1.4 per unit. Next one is $2 per unit. Right? Minus what? Direct material cost, which is how much? 0.25, 0.15, 0.25. Now let's get what? Throughput contribution. This is 1.25, correct? This is 1.25. Yeah, 1.25. This is what? 1.75. This is per unit contribution. Easiest way of getting the answers, since the available resources being given for what? Per batch. Then we will convert everything to what? Batch. So if you look at brownie, in a batch, how many brownie that you are making? 40. Therefore, total throughput contribution per batch, right? Then 40 times what? 1.25. Here 30 times 1.25. Here 20 times 1.75. How much here the contribution? 50. 50. Okay. Next one. 37.5. Good. 35. $35. These total contribution being calculated for batch. Also, they have clearly given to you mixing process is about bottleneck. Now let's calculate the throughput contributions per bottleneck what? Resources. 50 divided by $50 divided by how many minutes? Mixing 20 minutes. 37.5 divided by 16 minutes. 35 divided by 12. Yes, 12. Let me know the numbers over here. $2.5 per minute. Correct? Next one. $2.34 per minute. Here. No. 2.9 per minute. Am I correct? Now let's rank the product. What is most profitable? Cupcake. Second, brownie. Third one, muffins. Correct? Is that understandable? Just quickly take down before we move on. Online student, are you all okay? Still, I didn't answer for the questions. Excuse me. Now there's the conditions over here. Generally, what we all try to do is, from the available resources, we will check the what? Rank. Agree with me? So here they have clearly said the available resource is what? 120 minutes. Then we found what is the most lucrative product? Product C, which is what? Cupcake. Cupcake, how many batches to be made? You're supposed to make what? 5 batches. Am I correct? So then first we will make 5 batches from the available resources. Next we will make what? Brownie, if there are any balanced resources. Then we will go for a what? Muffin. That's the general way of what? Getting the answer. But this question, just to make you all to confuse, or just to make you all to give what more what problem, they say what? They have given the minimum demand also. They have given the what? Minimum demand also. Also the question clear is given. The minimum daily demand is required for a long-term contract with a local cafe and must be met. Must be met. Therefore, from the available resources, first we'll have to fulfill the what? Minimum demand. So to fulfill the minimum demand, look at brownie. Brownie minimum demand is what? 30. Therefore, at least you know minimum demand. Here 30. This is 20. This is 10. Then brownie, at least you should make what? 1 batch. Agree with me? Then minimum demand, here 1 batch. Second one is muffin. Minimum demand is 20. Once again 1 batch. Correct? Next one is what? 10. Once again what? 1 batch. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Shall I continue? Right, okay. Now, our available mixing is mixing only 120 minutes. Correct? From 120 minutes, we'll have to fulfill the what? First minimum demand. So that is like a contract. That's like a what? Contract. Minimum demand. First one is brownie. 1 batch. Each batch which will require how many minutes? 20 minutes. Then here you will take 20 minutes. Am I correct? Second one is what? Muffins. That is also 1 batch. Am I correct? How many minutes? 16 minutes. Yes, 16 minutes. Then here you will make what? 16. Am I correct? Last one is what? Cupcake. 1 batch. How many minutes? 12 minutes. Not 12. Correct? So from 120 to fulfill the minimum demand, you will take how many minutes? 36, 48. Altogether 48. What is the remaining? 72 minutes is what? Remaining. That's 72 only. You can go with the what? Rank. That's 72 minutes only. You can go with the what? Rank. You go with the rank. 72 minutes remaining. We found what is the most profitable product? We found the profitable product is what? Cupcake. Am I correct? Cupcake, what is the demand? Cupcake, what is the demand? Cupcake is what? 5. 5 batches. Out of 5 batches, already we made what? 1 batch. Another 4 batches to be made. Do you all agree with me? Another 4 batches. So if you look at cupcake, 4 batches. Each batch which will require how many minutes? 12 minutes. Then 40. 8 minutes. Correct? What is the second most profitable product? Second most profitable product? Brownies. Brownies, what is the total batches, number of batches? 4 batches. Am I correct? So if you want, I can show you. That is in the previous PowerPoint. 4 batches. Out of 4 batches, already we made 1 batch. Another 3 more batches to be made. Am I correct? So each batch which will require how many minutes? 20 minutes. Now, brownie.
Because the minimum demand is less
Of
than
course.
batch. In one batch because the minimum demand is less than the batch size.
That's not a problem.
If it's more, then it can't be one batch. Two batches.
Yeah, because minimum demand, they have given the number of units. No, look at the number of units. How many units? Anyway, you'll have to make that one batch, no, at least to fulfill that particular, demand. Because the productions are, we made as a form of what? Batches. You got my point. So now, here, brownie, you know the market demand. Brownie is what? 4 batches. Market demand. Out of 4 batches, already we made what? 1 batch. Another 3 batches to be made. Am I correct? Don't know whether the resources are available to make what? 3 batches. So each brownie which will require mixing is how much? 20. Then how many batches to be made? Only 2 batches. Am I correct? Only 2 batches, no? Then brownie, we can make another 2 batch. Each which will require how many mixing minutes? 20 minutes. Then 40. No. Then only 1 batch we can make. Sorry. Only 1 batch, not the 2. We don't have resources. Brownie we can make what? Only 1 batch which will require 20 minutes. Get 20. Therefore, 68 to the 4 minutes is remaining. Nothing can be done with that 4 minutes. Nothing can be done with that 4 minutes. Now, if you look at your total production, cupcake, you can make what? Entire market demand, which is how many units? 100. Which means, if you want to give you the breakdown, 1 is the minimum demand batch. Minimum 1, correct? Another 4 batches, altogether 5, which means what? We are going to make 100 units. Is that understandable? Problem. Right. Second one is what? Brownie. Originally minimum demand 1 batch. Am I correct? 1 batch. Minimum 1 batch. So in minimum 1 batch, you are going to make how many units? Brownie. 40. Am I correct? 40. Plus here also you are going to make what? Another 40. Altogether how many units? 80 units of what? Brownie. Is that understandable? Last one is what? Muffin. We can go only with the what? That minimum demand. 1 batch. That we are going to make how many units? Muffin? 30. Now we got the answers. 100 for what? Cupcake. And 80 what? Brownie. 80 brownie. 30 what? Muffins. Then A would be the correct answer. Sanjana, your answer is correct. But bit of a work to be done to get the 2 marks. What's the problem?
So 4 batches into 12.
Okay.
4 batches.
Because what is the total market demand for cupcake? Go back. Total market demand. Total market demand for the cupcake is what? 100, no? Cupcake. 100. Out of 100, each batch we are making 20. Therefore, how many batches? 5 batches. Out of 5 batches, based on the minimum demand, already you made 1 batch. Remaining 4, then based on the ranking, you'll have to make what? Another 4 batches. I'll bring you the summary once again. Just have a look. What is exactly meant by minimum demand? Minimum demand is about contract, obligations. It's an obligation. Whether that product is giving you profit or not, from the available resources, first you'll have to fulfill the what? Minimum demand. Minimum demand. But this question make you all to trouble in 2 ways. One way, because this production should have been done in the form of batches. That is the biggest issue. Also, if you look at the brownie, in batch size, we are making 40 units. Batch size, we are making what? 40 units. But if you look at the market demand is 140. So it comes with the what? Decimal. But we can't make the decimal batches in reality. We have to go with our total batches. Am I correct? Therefore, to make entire brownie, we have to come up with the 4 batches. In 4 batches, we will be making 160 units. That's not a problem. Another 20, of course, we are in the store then, because we can't sell it. We can't sell it that one. We can maximum sell what? How many units? 140 units. That is the market demand. But luckily, we found the cupcake is what most lucrative. Cupcake is what most lucrative. From the available resources, what we did was, we allocated all the resources for what? Cupcakes. Then only we gave it to the what? Brownie, after fulfilling the what? Minimum demand, which is the contract. We'll have to what? Fulfill the what? Contract. Is that understandable? Online students, are you all okay? Sometimes when you all refer to your marking scheme, they would have done it in different ways. No problem. Any method you can use it, right? This is the method what I have found to get the answers. Are you having any problems? As I told you, as soon as I explain, it's easy for you to understand. First time when you're looking the question, you feel what bit of tough. What you have to do is first read the question, but don't take too much of the time also behind the exam. Try to get the story of the question, summary of the questions. Then start to work. Because the time is also a limiting factor for us behind the exam. That is the limiting factor. Yeah. Is it visible? Visible? If you all have any problem, please put them forward. I can clarify your doubts because your time you already get the benefit. This I found the number of units, but that is the requirement. No?
Or batch unit, and how can we ignore the 4 minutes? It will not be.
But we can't do anything no, with that 4 minutes.
We still know the per unit.
No, we can't make it based on the per unit. No? What they say, the production should have been made in the form of batches. No? The question itself is saying, no. If everything would have given in the per unit, we could have what done it in a different ways. We could have what enhanced our profit. We would have earned what more than this profit. If we are able to make the product based on what? But excuse me, I'm just telling you. Let's say brownie is the most lucrative product. Brownie, let's assume brownie is a lucrative product. So how many batches to be done for the brownie then? Brownie, just go back and check. 4 batches to be done. Agree with me? 4, whether you like it or not, 4 batches to be done. To make, if you are going to make 4 batches, how many units you are going to make? Every batch you are making 40 units. 160 units. Maximum how many units that can be sold or pay in the market? Then whether we like it or not, that 20 units were in our store. Can't do anything. Why? This bakery making the product in the form of what? Batches. I saw that when I was coming in the morning, before I come to the class, I went to have a tea. Then they are making idli, one batch. In one batch, they are making around what 20 or 30 idlis. Am I correct? So it does not mean all the idli can be sold out. Maybe their market demand is but 50, but they are making 60. Because in that particular batch, they'll have to put everything. If, it's hiding because of me, the figures. Back. Ah, okay. 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 So this is what we are going to identify the number of units. What they say, first of all, we'll have to fulfill the minimum demand. What is our available resources? Available resources, they say only 120 minutes. They say what? Available is what? Only 120 minutes. From the available, we'll have to fulfill the what? Minimum demand. So what is the minimum demand? If you look at the minimum demand, it says what? They have given the number of units. They have given a minimum daily demand for brownie 30, a muffin what 20, cupcake is what 10. But to make 30, you have to go with the what? One batch, whatever said that. So if you make one batch, you're going to make 40 units. Right? Muffins, one batch, you're going to make 30 units. Correct? Cupcake, you're going to go with the one batch, you're going to make what? 20 units. Then that is what I said. Cupcake, one batch, which is how many units? Cupcake, 20 units. Right? Then we found most lucrative product is what? Cupcake. What is the total market demand for cupcake? 5 batches. Out of 5 batches, already we made with the one batch, which is 20 units. Another 4 batches to be made. If you're going to make another 4 batches, 80 units. 80 plus 20 altogether how many units? 100 units. From our available resources, entire market demand will be fulfilled for the what? Cupcake. Is that understandable? Sorry?
Which one are we expecting? Blue sketch or black sketch?
No, what I'm telling is, This is the minimum. First, the minimum demand, one batch, look at, that's okay, 20 minutes, 20 minutes. Every one batch, here you are making how many units? Minimum demand. For brownie, you are making what? 40. Correct? And muffins, you are making 30. 30 units. Cupcake, you are making 20 units. Minimum. You can't go with the same quantity what they have given where in the question because it has to be made as a batch. Got my point? So to fulfill the minimum demand, each product should have come with a what? One batch at least. When you are making one batch, the entire production will be made. So one side we have one benefit on that. Right? So that is what 40, 30, 20. Now, the remaining available resources is 72 minutes. Out of 72 minutes, we found the cupcake is what most lucrative. So cupcake, what is the total market demand? Total is what? Five batches. 5 batches is a total market demand, including the minimum demand. Already we made one batch. Another 4 batches to be made. Then 4 batch means what? 4 batch means 80. Correct? Minimum demand is what? 20. Altogether how much? Online student, are you all okay? Online, are you all okay? So if you look at brownie, one batch is a minimum, which is 40. Correct? So the remaining resources available to make brownie is one more batch. That is how many units? 40. Altogether we can make what? 80. That is the minimum. This is what the remaining one batch. 80. Then muffin, we can't make. Due to the agreement we have signed with the customer, minimum demand to be fulfilled, which is what? One batch. Therefore, we will be making what? 30 units.
Remaining for
Brownie?
It's one remaining for.
Yeah, okay. Look at the brownie. From 120 minutes, from the total 120 minutes, to fulfill the agreement, 48 minutes. Look at each product should have been made the one batch now. That is what? 20 minutes, 60 minutes, 12 minutes. Altogether then 48 minutes we have taken out of 120. How many minutes remaining? 72 minutes remaining. For that 72 minutes I have brought into here. From that 72 minutes, we found the cupcake is what most lucrative. Already we made but one batch. Another 4 batches to be made. Every batch which will require how much? 12 minutes. Then 4 times 12, 48. Now the remaining is what? 48 now, 22 minutes. Correct, no? No, 24 minutes. 24 minutes remaining. So that can be given to what? Second product, brownie. But every one batch of brownie which will require how many minutes? 20 minutes. Therefore, we can make only one batch. 4 minutes will be what? As remaining. Correct. That's the total production plan. That's the company's total production plan. This is the number of units that the company is going to make. Girls, are you all okay? Sure? Guys, please keep on asking the question. However much you asking the question, you'll be perfect with the what? Question as well as the subject. I really appreciate of asking the questions. Online students, are you all okay? I don't get any sounds from you all. Still, you are having some problem, I believe. Right, okay. Excuse me. I'll follow the steps again. Are you okay with until the ranking part?
To the remaining part.
Only the problem with the last Last 10. Right, okay. I'll do it like this. Again, I'll explain. No worries. Just have a look. We have only 120 minutes. From 120 minutes, first of all, we will have to fulfill the minimum demand. So minimum demand says brownie what 30 units. So in a batch we are making 40. Therefore, we are going to make one batch. Agree with me? Now brownie, we are going to make one batch. That is how many units? 40 units. Each batch which will require how many minutes? Brownie, 20 minutes. Then we will take 20 minutes. Is that understandable? Second one is what? Muffins. Correct? Because we don't go with the rank here. We don't need to go with the rank because what? We have signed the agreement, minimum demand to be fulfilled. Second one is muffin. Muffin. What is the muffin's minimum demand? 20. Correct? In a batch, we are making 30. Therefore, we'll have to make one batch. One batch. That is 30. So, muffin will require how many minutes? 16 minutes. This is the minimum demand. Right? Last one is what? Cupcake. Cupcake. Cupcake, what is the minimum demand? 10. In a batch, we are making 20, but whether we like it or not, we have to come up with a what? One batch. One batch. We are going to make how many cupcakes? 20 cupcakes. Correct? It will require how many minutes? 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Then from 120 minutes, how many minutes we are going to take for the minimum demand? 36, 48, correct? 48 minutes. Therefore, here remaining 72 minutes. The balance. Agree with me? These 72 minutes only we are going to allocate based on the rank. Right? The remaining 72, just have a look. 72. We found the cupcake is most lucrative. Cupcake is what? Most lucrative. What is the market demand for cupcake? 100. Market demand is what? 100. Out of 100, right? Already we made one batch, which was what? 20. Another 4 batches we can make. Agree with me? Right. Cupcake, 4 batches. 4 batches. Each batch you are making how many units? 20. If you are going to make 4 batches, which would be 80 units. Correct? 80 units. So every batch which will require how many minutes? Cupcake? 12 minutes. Then 4 times 12, which is how much? 48 minutes. Correct? Another how many minutes is remaining? 24 minutes. Another 24 minutes is remaining. Second profitable product is what? Brownie. Brownie. Brownie, what is the market demand? Market demand is what? 140. Which means how many batches? 4 batches. Out of 4 batches, already we made one batch. Another 3 batches to be made. But we can't make 3 batches since we don't have what? Sufficient resources. Yes, every one batch which will require how many minutes? 20 minutes. Therefore, we can make only maximum another one batch. One batch. We are going to make only 40 units. One time 20 minutes. Then here 20. Correct? Now, if you look at the total production plan, Just have a look. Brownie already we made 40, correct? Minimum demand. And here 40. Altogether, how many units? Then brownie 80. Correct? Therefore, brownie 80 units. Next one is what? Muffin. Muffin only what? Minimum demand, which you already made, but 30. Right? Cupcake, already you made what? 20 units. Then again you found that is the most lucrative product. You made what? 80. Look at this 80 and this 20. Altogether how much? Clear? Are you sure?
One second, brownie part.
Brownie. Right, okay. Brownie, the remaining number of minutes is what? 24 minutes. But in a batch, which will require 20 minutes, then you can make only one batch. One batch you are making how many units? 40 units. Then already daily, sorry, minimum 40, 40 plus 40, 80 units. Bro. Correct. Are you clear? What I have understood, now you know when it comes to the questions like this, how are we going to tackle by in the exam? That is what I want. It does not mean the same question which would be tested. So I have given the knowledge to you all. When it comes to the questions like this is the way of what getting the answer. But your exam next question would be what? Maybe what easier than this or complicated than this. It depends on what your luck. Right. Shall quickly we'll answer for another 3 more questions. Sweet Treats Bakery has done a detailed review of its product. I have given those questions as well, no? A review of its product, cost and processes, and has identified the potential action to improve the TA ratio. We need to improve the TA ratio. Excuse me. How to improve the TA ratio without looking the answers? You tell me. What is meant by TA ratio? Our throughput contribution should be what more than the cost. If you want to increase your contribution, you have to reduce your material cost. One option. Agree with me? Or you can increase the what selling price. That is one way of increasing the what throughput contribution. Then reducing the what factory cost. As long as if you are able to reduce the factory cost, you can improve the what TA ratio. These are the points that you should come to the what mind before you read the what answer. Now let's get started with the answer. Which of the following statement will improve the throughput accounting ratio? Please tick the boxes in the table below as appropriate. A cafe customer will be given the loyalty discount. If you are giving the loyalty discount, what will happen to the throughput contribution? Decrease. It won't improve. Am I correct? Therefore, will improve the TP? No, will not. A bulk discount of the flour and sugar is available from the supply. Now, what automatically what will happen? The material cost will reduce. Then it will improve. Do you agree with me? It will improve. That's the additional demand for the cupcake in the market. No. If there is an additional demand in the market, no problem of what improving the TA ratio. It does not have any impact on the what TA ratio. Last one. The rent of premises has been reduced for the next year. Yes, of course. You can reduce the what factory cost. Since you are reducing the factory cost, you can increase the what TA ratio. Therefore, what are the correct answer? Second and fourth. Second and fourth. Clear? Is that clear? But these are bonus questions for you. In 30 seconds, you should get the answers. When you are reading the question and answer itself, you have to mark the answers. You know why? If you are wasting the time for these type of a question, you can't get the time for the what complicated part. So these theory-based questions should have been answered what in 30 seconds. Where in the exam? Question number 4. On Friday, let me know the answer for question number 4 and 5, please. Theory based. You try your, first yourself, then we will discuss. 4 and 5. I need answer from you all. Question number 4 and 5. Excuse me. This is a 10 marks question. Out of this 10 marks question, only you need to spend more time for the previous part, which is the question number 2. All the other part you can take only 1 minute. If it is a 15 minutes, if it is a 15 minutes question, you can take 5 to 6 minutes time for what? The second part of the requirement. The first requirement you can take maximum 2 minutes. All the other part you can complete in 1 minute time. Since you are good with the what? Throughput. So that's the way you'll have to balance the time. Time also very, very important behind the exam. Let me know the answer. Question number 4. 2 minutes. Are you all done? What's the answer? Question. Very good. Very good. Question number 5. Okay, let's discuss. Very straightforward question. As long as question number 5 and all, as long as you understood the questions, very easiest questions, very easiest, right? On Friday, due to the local food festival at the weekend, Sweet Treat Bakery is considering increasing its production of cupcakes. They are going to increase the cupcakes, right? Now, before we read, cupcakes will require how many minutes? Waiting 20 minutes, mixing but 12 minutes, baking is but 120 minutes, right? This cupcake can be sold at the festival at the existing selling price. The company has unlimited capacity of waiting. There's no problem with the waiting. Question says there's no problem with what? Waiting. And mixing on Friday. Once again, there's no problem with what? Mixing as well. But its existing 3 ovens are already fully utilized. We have how many ovens? 3 ovens. All 3 ovens are what? Fully utilized. Therefore, in order to supply cupcakes to the festival, Sweet Treat Bakery will need to hire another identical oven at a cost of what? $45. We are going to hire a what? Another oven, right? Look at the question. They have given to you. Baking stage of the process is done in 3 hours, which can each be used for 8 hours a day. How many hours a day? 8 hours a day. So if you're going to hire how many ovens? Only 1 hour. If they are going to hire a 1 oven, they'll be getting how many hours? How many hours? If you are going to hire a 1 hour, from the 1 oven in a day, you will be getting how many hours? Look at, they have given, no, in the question, original questions. Baking stage of the process is done 3 hours, which can be used for 8 hours a day. 8 hours a day. 1 hour, which is giving you how many hours? 8 hours. So if you are hiring a 1 hour, you can get the how many hours? 8 hours. 8 hours you can get the what? Surplus capacity. Do you agree with me? 8 hours surplus capacity. Right? Now look at the cupcakes, ovens. Baking how many hours which is needed? To make cupcakes, baking how many minutes which is needed? 120 minutes. 120 minutes means 2 hours. Agree with me? Agree with me? 120 minutes. Or you can convert the 8 hours into what? Minutes. 8 times 60. That would give you how much? 480 minutes. Am I correct? 480 minutes. Each batch will require how many minutes? 120 minutes. Therefore, how many batches be made? 4 batches. You can make what? 4 batches of what? Cupcakes. Every 1 batch cupcake, how much you are making the contribution? Go back and check. Every batch you are making, sorry. We found, no? I don't know. $35. Cupcake. We are making the contribution of per batch $35. Am I correct? We calculated everything. It has been erased. I don't know. $35 per batch. Am I correct? Per batch, we are making $35 contribution. Since you are going to make another additional 4 batches, each batch contribution is for $35. Therefore, 4 batches times what? 35. That would give you how much? $140. And you are supposed to incur the cost of how much? For our hiring charge, $45. This is the charges. Then what is the net profit that you can make additionally? $95 additional profit that you can make. This question does not have any connection with the previous requirement. Here the problem, what they say, excuse me, Question is very clear. Question is very clear. Currently, we are using a with the what? 3 arms. 3 arms. Am I correct? For these 3 ovens are fully what? Occupied. Now there is a what? Additional market demand where in the market for cupcakes. If you want to, hire a new what arms, you can get the usage of how many hours? 8 hours. Also, the question says mixing and other one is what? Mixing and waiting. Waiting, we have plenty. Plenty of resources are available where in the company for mixing and what? Waiting. Only the problem is what? R. That is also related with the what? Cupcake. To make a one cupcake, we are going with the, sorry, not one cupcake, one batch. One batch, which will require how many minutes? 120 minutes, which is what? 2 hours. By hiring a new oven, we can get a how many hours? 8 hours. Therefore, we can make how many batches of what cupcake? 4 batches. Every one batch, our throughput contribution is how much? $35. Therefore, additional 4 batch, 35 times 4 batches, which would give you what? $140. Agree with me? From $140, we are supposed to make the payment $45 as our hiring charges. Therefore, the additional profit we can make is how much? $95. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Are you sure? Excuse me, this question which will teach you the part of what entire topic. I don't need to start even from the scratch. Because I went through a couple of lecturers, what they try to do is they straight away start with the what? Complicated question. Because by teaching you the complicated question, you will be learning the what? The whole part of the what? Topic. What is the next part? What is the answer for the next one? A, B, C. C. A. Right, okay. Just have a look. In a previous week, the question says what? Previous week, the waiting process was the bottleneck. What is the bottleneck? Waiting. And the resulting the throughput accounting ratio 1.45. What is meant by TA ratio? Our return is more than what? Cost. Previous week, return is more than what? Cost. Also, the bottleneck resources is what? Sorry, process is what? Waiting. Which is the following statement about TPA for the previous week is are true. There will be about one answer or more than one answer. The bakery operating cost exceeded the total throughput account. No way. if the cost is what more than the what throughput contribution, then TA ratio obviously what less than what? If the cost is more than the contribution, what will happen the TA ratio? Obviously it will be what? Less than 1. But here we got what? More than 1. Therefore, the cost is obviously what? Less than the what? Contribution. But therefore, first statement is what? Wrong. Agree with me? Second statement, less idle time in the mixing department would have been improved the what? TPA. There's no problem with the mixing. The problem we had with only what? Waiting. It does not have any connections. Therefore, that is also what? Out. Improve the efficiency during the waiting process. That's the correct answer. Waiting process would have improved the what? TPA. Because that is the limiting factor. That is the process which we have the limiting factor. So that's all about what? Throughput accounting. I can give you one homework on the throughput accounting. Can you all try a homework?
Is not limiting.
Sorry? Yeah, look at the question. Waiting, no? The question itself is given. Got the point? Waiting is the what? It's a question itself, it's given. Can I give you one homework? That's also another past papers question. I think Yamco. Yamco. Just try at home that question because we won't be having a time to discuss when the class for the time being, right? This is one of the good questions. Very good. Shall we have a break? Yeah, we'll have a break. Right after the break, we'll be starting the break-even analysis. Bit of a lighter topic. We'll continue until 12:45 or 1 o'clock. Is it okay?
No, not that.
1 o'clock is it okay? One. Let me extend the time now. From next week onwards, you are having class 2 weeks continuously. Not to be covered. Yeah. If you are able to come Sunday, we'll fix it. Yeah, you drop, no? Thank you. Please try this question at home. Right? Try this question at home. If time permits, later, when you are doing the revision, we will discuss this question. We can double check the answers. Class.
Wait.
Your class. Tentative schedule being given as what, February 8 or 9? February 8 or 9, because this class I'll be continuing this visit until Friday. Then again we'll be starting the class next week Tuesday. From Tuesday continuously at a stretch we are having the class for 2 weeks. Right? Take a break and come, we'll continue.
जी जेम्स बॉन्ड एक step process follow करना बहुत ही
See, they are asking compulsory consultant benefit. Issues. The ratio was easy, confirm. Ratio is very important. Easy than others are costly. Yeah. Now we bus. எனக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப காம்ப்ளிகேட்டடா இருந்துச்சு எல்லாருமே ஒரு வழி எல்லாரும்
Right. Will they get late? Others. Shall we start? Break-even analysis. Here we are going to discuss first single product break-even. Next what? Multi-product break-even. There are some charts to be drawn under single product as well as multi-product break-even. But in the exam, you are not required to draw any break-even diagrams because since you are going to do the exam computer-based, sometimes the chart will be provided. They may ask the question from the charts. Therefore, what I am advising you, in the class, we will get prepare how to draw the charts. Then only we will get to know if the charts being given were in the exam, how to answer for the questions. Right? But for this chapter, it's not required with our, graph paper. Next chapter, that is what linear programming, we need couple of graph paper. But I'm just telling you in advance once again, you are not required to any diagrams in the exam. But in the class, we'll have to get prepared for that. Then only we can answer for the questions were in the exam. We'll have to do the whole part of our discussion with regard to that particular topics. So break-even analysis also, because in the question itself it's given, the students are not required to draw any diagram because it cannot be done where in your computer-based assessment, right? It's completely what computer-based assessment, but graph will be provided where in the question itself, right? Okay, break-even analysis. Under that first heading, break-even point. What is meant by break-even point? Any idea? Sorry? Very good. Very good. Any other answers? Very good. That was the correct answer. Profit equals to what? Loss. Loss equals to what? Sorry. Loss equals to what? The company could make neither a profit or no a loss. Or I can put it this way. The point at which you would start to earn what? Profit. Do you agree with me? At that particular point, you would have covered all your costs. But in management accounting perspective, what are the costs? All your costs mean what are the costs? Come on. Rather say, that's correct. Shall we put it in a bit of a detail? What are the two types of a cost we say? Very good. Perfect. Variable and the what? Fixed cost. Because in cost means in management accounting, don't forget. If somebody asks from you, try to remember few important terminology. One is what? Total cost. Or if somebody asks in management accounting, cost means there are two types of cost. One is a variable, another one is what? Fixed. If you need any further classification with regard to the variable, two types of variable. Variable production related cost, another one is what? Variable sales related cost, variable selling expenses. Production related only, as you said, prime cost, direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. Second one is what? Fixed cost. Fixed cost, two heading. Production overhead, another one is what? And production overhead. So what is meant by the break even? The point at which you have covered all your cost. All the cost being what? Are you clear? All the cost being what? That's good. That's very important one. Will they get late to join? Wondering because very, very important part that I'm going to start. Yeah. quickly settle down. Have a look. We started with the break-even analysis, right? Once again, I'm telling you the same thing what I have already said for these people. Under break-even, there are two types of a break-even we are going to discuss. One is a single product, another one is what multi-product break-even. Multi-product break-even. Right after completion of single product and multi-product, let's have a look. Excuse me, there are some graphs to be drawn under break-even. Easy. ACC is what UK-based product. ACC is what UK-based product. We have to make the environment also UK-based. That's why they have fixed the air condition. Just kidding. Right?
The girls also feel like.
That's correct. No? Acceptable. Right. Trick question. Right. Okay. Come back to the point. Excuse me. When you are coming for tomorrow or day after tomorrow, try to make sure a couple of graph papers. Graph papers just to start the linear program. But these graphs, break-even graphs, we can draw it via your notebook itself. Notebook itself. Right? Therefore, only for the linear programming, it's required with the graph paper. Try to bring 2 graph paper, that is more than enough. But in the exam, you don't need to sketch any graph. Graph will be provided. Graph will be provided. We'll have to answer for the questions on. But you'll have to get familiar how to sketch the graph. Right? Okay. Come back to the point. So I asked the question from these people, break-even point. They're going to talk about only single product break-even. Excuse me. What is meant by break-even? No profit, no loss. The point at which you will start to earn profit. In other words, at that particular point, you would have covered all your costs. You all agree with me? Right. Now I'm going to ask you very, very small question, tiny questions. You tell me the answers. Let's talk about AriviPro. They say their break-even students is 100. How many students? 100. Which means when they get 100 students, they are able to recover all their costs. After passing 100 students, they will start to earn profit. Agree with me? Okay. Let's say AriviPro BEP students is 100. They have done the budgets. Then they estimated they are going to get expected sales or expected number of students. Expected sales or budgeted sales. Management accounting terminology. Budgeted sales, 120 students. Are you clear with the questions? My first question, what is the AriviPro profit students? Profit students. What is the AriviPro profit students? We call it as in management accounting, margin of safety. What do you call for that? Margin of safety. How to calculate margin of safety? MOS units. As you said, expected sales. We'll be talking about this part in some time in detail, right? Expected sales minus what? BEP units. Are you clear? Are you clear? My questions now. Now only I have come to my questions. How to calculate AriviPro profit in terms of what? INR. Now you found the 20 students now. It's a profit student. 20 times what? Piece, which is what? Selling price. This means what? Do you all agree with me? Piece here, cost fee means what? Selling price. To calculate the profit of the what AriviPro, right? What you are saying, that 20 students times what? Course fee. What is the course fee that you all charge? How much you all charge? Post fee? 1,18,000. 1,18,000. 118,000. Therefore, 20 student times what? 118,000 for the whole program. Correct? Including registration, everything. Right. 118,000 times what? 20. Either correct or any different answer. I'm expecting you to give the answer as a management accounting perspective. What's the code? Since in 100 students, you have recovered all what is meant by break even, no profit, no loss. Since you have recovered all the cost, when I get 100, I have recovered all my cost. Now you are going to get extra students, what? 20. That is your profit students. Then I asked the question from you, how to calculate profit? You said what? 20 times what? Post fee. Online? Either a correct answer or is there any other different answer?
20 is margin of safety.
Yeah, that's what profit. And the name is what? Margin of safety. I'm not going to use the jargons. Very, very lamest language. Profit. Because we call it as in a break-even analysis, margin of safety. Right? That's okay. No problem. 20. My questions here, that 20 times what? 20 multiplied by what? You said cost fee, which is the selling price. Either a correct answer or is there any other answer? Do you have a confidence on your answers? Right. I'll put some fixtures numbers, right? Then we will see your answer is correct or wrong first. Right? Okay. Let's say 10 is the BEP. We'll learn what is meant by BEP, how to calculate a BEP as we go by. Just to give a explanation of way of calculating profit now. Selling price of a product is what? $20, right? Variable cost is, let's say, $15. No, I'm sorry, $10. OAR is, or not OAR, let's put the fixed overhead straight away. Fixed overhead is $15,000. No, fixed overhead is 1,500. Fixed overhead is what? 1,000. 1,550.
Break even 10 units.
No. Just give me a minute. Break even is, let's say, 150 units. Break even is what? 150 units. Fixed overhead is what? 1,500. Fixed overhead is how much? 1,500. Selling price is 20, right? Variable cost is 10. Correct? Are you clear with the questions? And you told me, I said what? Let's say we are going to sell 200 units. Expected sales. Expected sales 200 units. Correct? Then you said, I asked the question from you, what is the profit unit? You said what? 50. Correct? Then I asked the question from you, how to calculate. You only told me that 50 multiplied by 20. Correct? 1,000. This is what you told me. You all agree with me? Excuse me. Are you all okay? This is what you told me, no? 50 student is what? Margin of safety, profit students or profit units. Multiply by what? You said selling price. Now I have multiplied that 50 times what? 20, which is what? 1,000. Now shall we double check whether we are getting a 1,000 at 200, because 200 units only we are going to sell now. At 200 unit, at 200 units, 200 times what? 20, which is how much? 4,000. Correct? Minus total variable cost, 200 times 10, which is 2,000. Then the contribution is 2,000. Correct? Am I correct? Contribution is 2,000. Minus fixed cost is how much? 1,500. Now the profit is how much? 500, no? But you said the profit is how much? 1,000. Therefore your answer is wrong, no? You should have got what? 500 or for the both places, you should have got for the same answer. Do you agree with me? I hope you understood my question. Once again, I'll go back to my heading. I asked the question, what is meant by break even? You told me, no profit, no loss. The point at which you will start to earn what? Profit. I have agreed. Then we found the BEP is what? 150 units. Then when you produce and sell 150 units, no profit, no loss. After passing the break even, you will start to earn profit. You are expected to sell 200 units. Then it's very clear. Your BEP is effective, margin of safety. Profit units is effectively 20 units. 50 units. Right? Your margin of safety effectively how much? 50 units. Then I asked a question from you, what is a company profit? You said 50 times what? Selling price. Selling price is how much? 20. Then what? 1000. Now only have got the answers. This is what wrong. You can't multiply by the selling price. Why? In management accounting, we have learned fixed overhead will remain constant. Variable costs tend to vary according to the activity level. Let's say I'm paid based on the number of students. So if you look at this example, when they were calculating BEP as what 100 students, I was paid for how many students? I was paid because variable costs tend to vary according to the activity level. When they say break even is 100, I was paid for how many students? 100 students. When they get 120 students, I will go and ask my 20 students what? Fee. That is what variable cost. At the same time, ACCA will come and ask from them what? Royalties payment for that what? 20 students. Therefore, you can't multiply by what? Selling price. It should have been multiplied by what? Contribution. Why do we say contribution? Variable costs tend to vary according to the activity level. Fixed overhead will remain constant. That is what I have told you. Please always make sure the what basics. Always you have to make sure the basics. Slightly if you are deviating from the what basic, it's gone. Everything is gone. Because variable cost you will incur when you are producing the product. When we get the extra student only, we'll have to make the payment to the lecturers and the royalties pay. But the rent, any number, it will be same amount. Staff salary, any amount, it will be what? Same amount. But my fee will get changed based on the numbers. You got my point? Are you clear? That's the basic idea with regard to the what? Break even. Break even means no profit, no loss. The point at which you will start to earn profit. How to calculate break even point? BEP units equal right. Break even point equal no profit, no loss. Then you said BEP units equal The way of calculating BP units, total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. Total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution per unit. You know what is meant by contribution. Selling price minus what? All variable cost equals to what? Contribution. Now I'm going to explain to you how this formula was originated. It's not part of your syllabus. Just for a knowledge building perspective, I'm going to explain to you. You only told me the definition of break even. Profit equals to what? Loss. Loss equals to what? Zero. How to calculate profit? Normal general method of calculating profit in management accounting. Sales minus total cost. Agree with me? Sales minus total cost equals to zero when it comes to what? Break even. What is meant by total cost in management accounting? Variable and fixed cost. Correct? Now sales minus total variable cost minus total fixed cost equals to what? Zero. If ever chance to calculate the contribution, you should what? Calculate contribution in management accounting. What do you call for the sales minus total variable cost? Contribution. Now contribution equals to what? Total fixed cost. So contribution means number of units times what? Contribution per unit equals to total fixed cost. What is the number of units that you are going to calculate? BEP number of units. BEP units equal total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution. This is the way the formula being derived. The formula, I have derived the formula from what? Your definitions. But this is predefined formula. You can use this because you need to explain the examiner how you have got the formula and all. Just for a knowledge building perspective, I have explained how this formula was emerged or originated. If you want, you can have a copy of it. Any problem? Are you all done? Shall we move on? Okay. Second part of the BEP is what? Before we get started with the BEP sales, I wanted to explain to you the contribution sales ratio. Also known as CS ratio. What is meant by CS ratio? Can you all elaborate me what is meant by CS ratio? The name itself is giving you the definition. CS, we talked about this part under life cycle costing. Yes, there were few metrics to evaluate the performance, parameter to evaluate the performance of the company. One matrix being given as a what? CS ratio. So then I said what we will be discussing this part in detail when it comes to break even. What is meant by CS ratio? The name itself is giving you the meaning. Name says the meaning. Contribution? Very good. What is the contribution being generated from what you are selling price? How much the contribution being generated from what you are selling price, which is known as what? CS ratio. Listen very carefully. The way of calculating CS ratio equal contribution per unit divided by selling price per unit. Or you can put the total contribution divided by total sales. I can prove it to you. Both would give you the same answer. Let's say product A, selling price is let's say $10, variable cost is let's say $6. Now the contribution is $4. Agree with me? Now contribution per unit is $4. Selling price is $10 times 100%, which would give you 40%. Correct? Let's say company produces and sells 100 units. Company produces and sells what? 100 units. What is the total sales now? If you are producing and selling what? 100 units. What is your total sales? Selling price is $10. 100 times 10 is how much? 100 times 10 is how much? 1000. Now contribution per unit is how much? $4. If you are producing and selling 100 units, what would be your total contribution? 4 times 100, which is how much? 400. Correct? 400 divided by 1000 times 100, how many percentage? 40%. But general scenario, we do apply with the per unit. It does not mean if you go with the total is wrong, can be done, no problem. But generally, we do always going with the what? Per unit. My questions now. If you say the CS ratio is 40% from the selling price, correct? From 100% of your sales, 40% being generated as what? Contribution. Agree with me? Then what is the remaining 60%? Think and tell me. Think and tell me. I'm sure that you are clear with my questions. Online students? My question, CS ratio is 40%. Which means from your 100% of your selling price, 40% being generated as what? Contribution. Now there's a 60% which is missing. What is that 60%? I'm not asking about margin of sale. Very, very simple question. Again. Very good. Perfect answer. How to calculate contribution? Sales minus variable cost equals to what? Contribution. If you say selling price is 100%, contribution is 40%, remaining 60% is what? Variable. But you can't say cost. To say cost, you are wrong. Cost means what? Both. Fixed and what? Variable. But that is only what? Variable. These are the things that you need to remember when you're doing the management. Then only you would be able to answer the questions where in the exam. It should come into your mind. But I have explained what is meant by CS ratio. There's no, rule to explain about that the remaining 60%. Examiner will ask you to explain the what only 40%. But you should know what is remaining what 60%. You can't say the cost, it should be only the what? Variable cost. Is that clear? Umar, you are wrong. You can't say remaining fixed and variable cost. It should be a what? Only variable cost. How to calculate contribution? Selling price minus variable cost equals to contribution. Look at selling price, you say 100%. This is 100%. If this is 100%, if this is what 40%, then the obviously 60% is what? Variable cost. That is all about what? CS ratio. What is exactly meant by CS? The definitions are given where in my these things. Yeah, your study notes, everything being given, no need to take down, right? Short note is what is meant by contribution CS ratio, how much the contribution being generated from what you are sales. Next part is BEP sales. Another name is in value, BEP in value. What is BEP sales or BEP in value? BEP value. Same BEP which would be expressed in terms of what? Value or dollars instead of being expressed what? Number of units. So it's very straightforward. How to calculate BEP in value? BEP units, BEP sales or in value equal BEP units. You know how to calculate BEP units, right? Times what? Selling price. Times what? Selling price. Times what? Selling price. Are you clear? Are you clear? Or how to calculate BEP sales? Total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution per unit times what? Selling price. Clear? Or BEP sales equal total fixed cost divided by CS ratio. Do you all agree with me? Right. I'll show you. Small maths. You tell me the answers. Here I said what? How to calculate BEP units? Total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit times what? Selling price. This is the way of calculating BEP sales, no? Correct? 10 divided by 5 times 5. What is the answer? 10. Same thing. Can I write like this? 10 times 5 over 5. What is the answer? 10. Third, 10 divided by 5 over 5. Correct? Can be done, no? Simple maths. So what I'm going to do, total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit times what? Selling price. Now total fixed cost times selling price divided by what? Contribution per unit. Correct? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this part under total fixed cost. Then the numerator will become a denominator. Denominator will become a numerator. If that is the case, total fixed cost contribution goes up, selling price will come down. What do you call for that? Yes. Once again, I'm telling you, you have to go for that section. But do you want to know how to calculate BEP sales? BEP sales equal total fixed cost divided by what? CS ratio. But I have explained you how this formula was emerged. This is the way it has what? Created from the step-by-step process. But your task is how to calculate BEP sales, total fixed cost divided by what? CS ratio. That's all. Or BEP units times what? Selling price. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? AC. Increase the temperature or reduce? Temperature. Is there remote? Oh, both air conditions are working. Or you can switch off for one for some time. So then switch off this one for some time. That's easy. Thank you. Are you all okay? Are you all okay? Now, what is the summary? BEP units equal total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. Right? Second one is what? Contribution sales ratio, CS ratio. Contribution per unit divided by selling price per unit. Selling price per unit. Third one is what? We talked about BEP sales. How to calculate BEP sales? BEP units times selling price. Or total fixed cost divided by CS ratio. Total fixed cost divided by CS ratio. excuse me, whenever you get a questions where in the BEP, this is one of the lighter topic where in your syllabus. Quickly finish it off that questions where in the exam and you can collect some marks. There's no way to make you all to confuse on the break even. But sometimes slightly twisted of working backwards. If you refer any past paper questions under break even, very straightforward. Therefore, you should collect 100% of the marks when it comes to what break even. One of the very, very easiest topic where in your syllabus, right? I won't say complicated one. You should get the what full marks, 100% of the marks where in the break even, both single product as well as what multi-product break even, right? For this, of course, no excuse at all for break even. Next one is, as I have already explained to you all, margin of safety. Margin of safety. How to calculate margin of safety? MOS units. Correct? MOS units. Expected sales or budgeted sales. Minus what? BEP units. Expected sales minus what? BEP units. Next one is expected profit. Expected profit. Margin of safety, MOS units. That is what you told me. You said what? Selling price. You said what? Selling price. Later we have come to the conclusion selling price is what? Long. Instead of selling price, we'll have to apply what? Very good. Contribution per unit. Per unit. I have proved why we apply what? Contribution per unit. With a small example I have explained. Right? Done? Right. Now, with that knowledge, I'm going to take you to another small part with regard to the margin of safety in terms of percentage. To explain that part, I'm going to come up with a small example. Take an example. Let's say there are two companies, company A and company B. You know what is meant by margin of safety? Margin of safety means the safety units, which is the profit units. So, do we need to maximize the margin of safety or minimize the margin of safety? If the company wants to enjoy more profit, do they need to maximize the margin of safety or minimize? Because to maximize the margin of safety, however much that you are maximizing, the risk is very low. The company to make what loss? Agree with me? You'll agree with me? However much if we are maximizing the margin of safety, the risk is what? Very low for the company to what? Making what? Loss. Agree? Right. Now you tell me, what are the ways of improving margin of safety? How can we increase our margin of safety? Sometimes the examiner may test you on this part. Ways of improving margin of safety. How are we going to improve our margin of safety? Very good. One is correct. What? Increase sales. Very good. We'll have to what? Increase, boost our sales. However much if you are increasing our sales, we can increase what? Our margin of safety by doing some promotion, advertisement, right? Through that we can increase what? Our sales. What else can be done? Reducing? Very good. Reducing the what? Cost. It can be either what? Variable cost or what? Fixed cost. If you are reducing the variable cost, you can increase the what? Contribution. By maximizing the contribution, you can increase the what? Margin of safety. But there's another one more option. You can increase the selling price, but I don't agree with that. I have told, but no, as a answer you can write, we can increase the selling price, but practical scenario, increasing the selling price is for the company's perspective, committing to suicide. Now, these days, very difficult in the modern business environment. Increasing a selling price is a very, very, very challenging task. You can't increase the selling price. You have to find out the way of reducing your cost. We'll be talking about this part in some time in management accounting. How we can increase our prices, on which ground, or what are the type of strategies that can be implemented to increase our selling price. We'll learn that part sometime. But to improve our margin of safety, we can increase our selling price. These are the ways of improving our margin of safety. So company always should increase the margin of safety to get a lower risk to make a loss, because it functions as a buffer. It functions as a buffer, because you know why? If you reduce your margin of safety, it will tend to move to the loss part. Am I correct? That's the reason we need to find out the ways of improving the margin of safety. Now, my question: most units. 80. This is 1000. What is the best performing company? What is the best performing company? Company A margin of safety is 80. Company B 1000. Very straightforward question. Company B, it has got more margin of safety. Also, I have explained, always we need to focus on improving the margin of safety. Am I correct? Now I'll give you one additional information. Now, what is the best performing company? Now, what is the best performing company? A or B? I've given one additional information. For A, expected sales is 100. B, expected sales is what? 10,000. Why? True. Your answer is correct. That's the reason. Only with the margin of safety, we won't be able to take a decision. We need to calculate MOS in terms of percentage. Margin of safety in terms of what? Percentage. How to calculate? MOS units divided by what? Expected sales times what? 100. MOS unit divided by what? Expected sales times what? 100. Now, if you look at the company A, MOS percentage is how much? 80%. Here only how many percentage? 10%. In other words, if you look at company A, listen very carefully. If you do a detailed analysis on that, out of 100, they are making profit for how many units? Let's say this is automobile company. Company A, out of 100 cars, they are making profit for how many cars? 80 cars. What about the 20 cars? What do you call for the 20 cars? Very good. Very good. Out of 100 cars, if you are making a profit for 80 cars, 20 cars being allocated to settle what? Your cost, which is what? BP units. 20 cars is what? BP cars. Only 20% you have allocated to settle what? Your cost. In 20 cars, you are recovering all your cost. Remaining 80 cars, you are making what? Profit. But on the other hand, look at the company B, automobile company. Out of 10,000 cars, they are making the profit only for how many cars? 1,000 cars. In other words, 9,000 cars being allocated to settle their what? Cost, which is what? Break even. Therefore, what is the best performing company? A or B? A. That's the reason only with the MOS unit, you won't be able to take a decision. You should calculate what? Most percentage. How to calculate most percentage? Most unit divided by expected sales times 100. Understandable? Only one more adjustment to be done under single product. That is what? Number of units to be sold to achieve a target profit. Right? That I will explain through a small questions. Right? We will get started with a small question. I think how many, I don't know, they have uploaded with these things. No? Okay. Uh, Okay, for the time you just take down the questions, right? Only one question. After that, we can jump into the past papers. We will do step by step that question. After that, we'll move on to the complicated question, right? Take down. A company produces and sells single product. A company produces and sells single product for which the details are given below. For which the details are given below. For which the details are given below. Right? Selling price per unit $100. Selling price per unit $100. Selling price per unit $100. Right? Direct material cost $30 per unit. Direct material cost $30 per unit. 30 direct material cost $30 per unit. Direct labor cost $20 per unit. Direct labor cost $20 per unit. Yeah. Direct labor 20. Material only 30. Right? Variable production overhead. Variable production overhead. $7 per unit. $7 per unit. Variable selling expenses $3 per unit. Fixed OAR. Fixed OAR. Fixed OAR $5 per unit. $5 per unit. Right? Take down with you. I'll explain. OAR $5 per unit. Right? Next line. Fixed overhead is based on. Fixed overhead is based on. Fixed overhead is based on. Based on normal capacity of. Based on normal capacity of 16,000 units. 16,000 units. And company's expected sales. Company's expected sales. $25,000 units. 25,000 units. Company's expected sales 25,000 units. Right? Take down the requirement one by one quickly. First requirement. Calculate BEP units and in value. BEP in units and in value. Units and in value. That is what BEP units and BEP sales. Second one, calculate CS ratio. Calculate CS ratio. Third requirement, calculate margin of safety in units and in percentage. in units and in percentage. Right? Next one, calculate expected profit. Calculate expected profit. Calculate expected profit. Right? Another two more question. Number of units to be sold. Number of units to be sold to achieve a profit of $40,000. $40,000. Right? $40,000. Last question. Calculate the revenue needs to be generated. Calculate the revenue needs to be generated to achieve a profit of $60,000. To achieve a profit of $60,000. Calculate the revenue that needs to be generated to achieve a profit of $60,000. Can you all try everything? Excuse me. To this question, excuse me, I can explain the whole part of the what single product break even without the diagram. Everything is covered through what this requires. Can you all try the first part of the requirement, which means what apart from the last two? If you can try that one also. I can give you 5 to 10 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. Go ahead. Do your level best, then I will put on the board. Online student, can you all try quickly? Please allow the question. One by one calculate.
One question. Okay. Based on normal capacity. I expected sales 25. Expect cost by contribution per unit the B. Material 27.3. Variable contribution. MHC. Variable. Wait.
Online, have you all got the answers? Including last two requirement. Do you want time or shall I proceed? Shall I double check the answers? Okay. As my usual method, first of all, we'll have to calculate the contribution. Correct? Contribution equal selling price minus what? Total variable cost. You know the total variable cost here, there are 4 elements. Am I correct? Material labor, variable production overhead, and variable selling overhead. Selling price is how much? 100. 100. What is the total variable cost? 60. Therefore, the contribution is what? $40. Correct? Next, let's calculate the total fixed overhead. This question, it says the fixed production overhead is based on the what? Normal capacity of 16,000 units. Am I correct? Therefore, total fixed cost is OAR, budgeted activity level, 5 times 16,000, which would give you how much? $80,000. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Now let's get started with our requirement. First one is what? BEP units. BEP units equal total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. Total fixed cost is how much? 80,000. Contribution per unit is what? $40. That would give you how much? 20,000 units. Am I correct? Second one is BP sales. BP units. 2000, no? I'm sorry. BP sales equal BP units times what? Selling price. What is the BP units? 2000. Selling price is how much? 100. Therefore, 200,000. Am I correct? Am I correct? Second part of the requirement is what? CS ratio. Am I correct? CS ratio. CS ratio equal contribution per unit divided by selling price per unit. Contribution per unit is 40. Selling price per unit is what? 100. Therefore, 40%. Agree with me? Without the percentage, you can call it as what? $0.4. Excuse me. Excuse me. Shall we double check the BEP sales through the CS ratio also? Let's double check whether we are getting the same answer or not. How to calculate BEP sales? BEP sales equal total fixed cost divided by CS ratio. What is the total fixed cost? Which is how much? 80,000. 80,000 divided by 0.4, which would give you how much? $200,000. Is that clear? Quickly take down those who made mistakes. Umar, have you all got same answer? Umar? Where you went wrong, Umar? What about others? Sanjana, are you okay? Sanjana, have you got the same answer? Malavika? Good. Very good. Right. Shall I continue? Next one is what? CS ratio we did it. Next one is what? Margin of safety. MOS units. Expected sales minus what? BEP units. What is the expected sales? 25,000 units. Correct? 25,000 units. BEP is what? 2,000 units. Therefore, margin of safety is what? 23,000 units. Correct? So this margin of safety can also be expressed in terms of what? Percentage. MOS percentage equal MOS units divided by expected sales times 100. That is 23,000 units divided by 25,000 times 100. 92%. What is the next part of the requirement? Expected profit. How to calculate expected profit? How to calculate expected profit? MOS unit times what? Contribution per unit. Am I correct? Yeah, expected profit. MOS units times what? Contribution per unit. What is the MOS unit? 23,000 times $80. That would give you how much? How much? 9,20,000. $9,20,000. 40. I'm sorry. Sorry, 23,000, $40 per unit. Then how much? 9,20,000. Right. Anybody who have got the answer for the last two requirements? Last two requirements. Yeah.
3,000 units.
Next one. No, last one. Okay. Shall I explain the last two requirements? Shall we? Okay. What is this last before, no? What is the requirement? Number of units to be sold to achieve a profit of how much? $40,000. The question says, if you want to make a profit of $40,000, how many units you are supposed to produce and sell? That is the requirement. You know how to calculate profit? Sales minus what? Total variable cost equals to what? Contribution minus total fixed cost equals to what? Profit. Now we need to make a profit of how much? 40,000. And the fixed overhead will remain constant. Do you all agree with me? It does not change any activity level. That you found as how much? 80,000. Then what would be the total contribution? $120,000. If you want to make a profit of $40,000, your contribution should be how much? $120,000. Now you know the contribution per unit, which is how much? $40. Therefore, what is the number of units? 120,000 divided by 43,000 units. Correct. Excuse me. That's the formula. That's the formula to calculate this one. That is what I'm going to explain to you. But I didn't straight away introduce the formula. How I have found the number of units sold to achieve a target profit? Profit added with the fixed cost. Then I have divided that part with the what? Contribution per unit.
Break-even point units into contribution
Possible.
plus 40.
Yes, possible. So that's a formula. Number of units sold equal. Just have a look. The formula. Number of predefined formula. Units to be sold equal target profit plus total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit. Divided by contribution per unit. What is the target profit? 40,000. Fixed overhead will remain constant, which is how much? 80,000 divided by contribution per unit 40, which would give you what? 3,000 units. Is that understandable? Quickly take on the formula. Break even. Okay.
Should be the break-even value.
Yeah, contribution per unit is how much? 40 times 22,000. How much? 80,000. Then 80,000 contribution equals to fixed cost. That is what is known as break even. Where your profit is equals to what? Loss. Or where your total cost is equals to what? Total income. What is meant by contribution? Net off with the what? Sales minus variable cost. Are you clear? What is the last requirement? Is it a number of units or what? Total sales revenue.
Sales.
Right. I'm going to change the formula slightly. After getting this formula, target profit plus total fixed cost divided by contribution per unit, you'll be getting what? Number of units sold. Am I correct? With the number of units sold, if you multiply the selling price, you'll be getting what? Total sales value. So the formula is, just have a look. Sales revenue required to achieve a target profit. Sales revenue needed for target profit equal target profit plus total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution per unit. Then you will calculate what? Number of units. Finally, you will multiply by what? Selling price. Am I correct? Multiply by what? Selling price. Very easiest way. I can bring the selling price under what? This formula. Then it comes as what? Contribution sales ratio, CS ratio. Contribution sales ratio. How to calculate? What is the target profit here? 60,000. 60,000 plus total fixed cost is what? 80,000 divided by CS ratio already we found 40%. 40%. 0.4. Then how much? 3,50,000. Just check. In other words, you need to make an income of 350,000 to earn a profit of how much? $60,000. Online, are you all okay? Karishma, that's why I told you it's very lighter topic, very lighter topic. Where in the syllabus? Mohammed Rauf, Emily, Arokia. Right. Now we are going to get started with the break-even diagrams. Break-even diagrams. So that also we are going to do with the 120 marks questions. So rather giving one example, straight away we will focus on the diagram part with the past papers question, right? I will explain. I will explain how to draw the diagrams and all. No worries. Excuse me. Before we get started with the diagram, let's quickly discuss about the limitation of the break-even analysis. Think and tell me, what are the limitations that you would see over here? What are the problem of this break-even? That's a very important. Sometimes it may be tested as about 5 marks questions when the exam. What are the limitations? What are the limitations of break-even? Service organization. So this is service, no? This institute. I said what 100 students. Yes, sometime it's possible, as you said, it's impossible to calculate the break-even point for the service organization, because if you look at the hairdresser, what is meant by hairdresser? Saloon. The correct English word is what? Hairdresser's place. If you look at the hairdressers, different customers may require different services. Sometimes you will go and ask only what haircut. Sometimes you will go and ask what haircut plus what? Shave. Third customer what? Haircut, shave plus what? Head massage. Am I correct? So different customers requirement what may vary. Then it is difficult to find out the break even for the some of the service organization. That's okay. But apart from that, there are some main drawbacks. Your answer is correct. Can be written. No problem. Any other main drawbacks that you see? All the assumptions that you can convert as a limitations. What are the assumptions of the break even? Come on. From the online students, any answers? What are the limitations that you would see?
Can be manipulated.
I don't understand what is exactly meant by manipulated things. For what? Excuse me, there are a number of drawbacks over here. After my explanation, you think that's easy to what drawbacks?
They bring in wrong impressions.
And a break even. Very good. Very good. One assumption over here, we are assuming here fixed overhead will remain constant. When it comes to step fixed cost, this formulae cannot be what? Used. Cannot be what? Applied. The one limitation or assumption, fixed overhead always what will remain constant. We don't deal with the what? Step fixed cost. What else?
Not in for time value.
Time value of money, it's a completely different area. What else? Excuse me. You said what? I asked a question from your selling price per unit is for $10. Then I asked from the question from you all, if you are producing and selling 1,000 units, your sales is what? 1,000 times 10. But when it comes to practical circumstances, if you want to achieve more sales volume, you may reduce the price. Which means what? Selling prices are not linearly related with what? Units. Then if that is the case, it's very difficult for you to what? Identify the what? Break even if the selling price are non-linearly related with what? Your number of sales units. What else? What about your variable cost? Once again, same. You are assuming what? Variable cost per unit will remain constant, or variable cost will change based on the what? Activity level. But in reality, when you are purchasing the goods from the supplier, when you are buying what more goods, you would be able to get what? Discount. Then if that is the case, it's very difficult for you to find out the what? Break even. One more important one. What is that? Important limitation. Important limitations. We are assuming production equals to what? Sales. We are assuming what? Production equals to what? Sales. Which means what? There's no what? Opening and close. If there is a stock valuation, entire break even cannot be what? Applied. If one of the main assumption, production is always equals to what? Sales. Then only you can calculate all the break even. If you say the production is different from sales, then there is no break even point. These are the limitations of what? Break even. Also, since you are saying that selling price and the variable cost are non-linearly related, in reality, you may be getting multiple break-even points. Not the one single break-even point, multiple break-even point. I can prove it to you through the next graph. So these are the drawbacks of examiner may test you for 5 marks questions were in your exam. Limitation here, briefly outline the limitation of break-even analysis. 4 marks. 4 marks. We will try to do this 20 marks question. This is what the completely diagram. I'm going to explain to you diagram. I'm going to explain to you, right? Then later we will go with some other past papers questions, right? You just take a snapshot of these questions. Excuse me. Excuse me. There are 3 types of a break-even diagrams. What is meant by break-even diagram? Break-even point. Just have a look. Very simple definition. Break-even point could also be found by sketching the graph instead of using what formula. That is what is known as break-even diagram. Break-even diagrams mean break-even point could also be but found by using or by sketching the what graph instead of using a what formula. To identify the break-even point, we can draw 3 types of a diagram. One we call it as what traditional break-even chart. Traditional, another name is what basic break-even chart. Another name is what conventional break-even chart. Second one is what contribution break-even chart. Third one is what profit volume chart. Correct? My first question. To draw any lines, how many points is needed? You need minimum how many points? 2 points. As long as if you have 2 points, minimum and maximum, by connecting those 2 points, you can get a lines. Correct? Okay. Now look at the questions. Look at the question. As the exams are tested as CBE, computer-based examinations, candidates will not have to draw a graph. That is what I have told you. That is what I have told you. You don't need to draw any graph, but the graph will be provided. However, it is a good practice. It is a good practice to attempt the what questions such as this part of a what robust revision program, right? In the exam, graph will be part of the question scenario, and candidates may be asked to provide a further calculation or analysis. Therefore, in the class, we'll have to get practice how to draw what all these. That's the reason I have brought these 20 marks for the discussions. Right, shall we start from the traditional break-even chart? Look at the examiner's requirement. Calculate and briefly explain the significant CF break-even point and the margin of safety expressed as percentage. Based on the CF information above, construct and explain the purpose of 3 following charts. Right, break-even chart. Excuse me, a break-even chart means what? That is a traditional break-even chart. That's why they have mentioned as what? A break-even chart. Second one is what? Contribution graph. Third one is what? Profit volume chart. Right? Small heading, traditional break-even chart. Small heading, traditional break-even chart. traditional break-even chart. We are going to answer for this question. We are going to draw the traditional break-even chart. Mark under that. This would be drawn. This would be drawn. This would be drawn using 3 lines. This would be drawn using 3 lines. Right? First one, sales revenue line. Sales revenue line. Sales revenue line. Second one is total cost line. Third one is total fixed cost line. Total fixed cost line. Right? Now look at the question. CAP Limited produces single large item of confectionery product S, which is sold for $12 per unit. Now they have given the selling price. They have given the selling price, which is what? $12 per unit. You have been provided with the following information about S for the forthcoming year. Sales is what? 6,000 units. Variable cost is what? $7. Selling price is $12 per unit. Variable cost $7 per unit. Let me know the contribution, please. Let me know the contribution quickly. $12 is what? Selling price. $7 is variable cost. What is the contribution? $5 as what? Contribution. And they have given the total fixed overhead 20,000. Correct? Expected sales 6,000 units. Excuse me. Before we get started with the break-even diagrams, let's calculate the BEP by referring the what formula, and let's double check whether we are getting the same answer or not. Right? BEP units equal, you know, BEP units equal total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution per unit. Am I correct? What is the total fixed cost? Which is what? $20,000. What is the BEP? Sorry, contribution per unit? $4. Therefore, 5,000 units. Correct? 5,000 units. Now let's get started with the traditional break-even diagram. This is the way of drawing. Just have a look. Just have a look. To draw any graph, there are always what? 2 axes. One is what? Y axis. Another one is what? X axis. This is Y axis. Y axis, let's put what? Cost and revenue together. Cost and revenue together. This is what? Output. Starting from the origin 0. Excuse me. You tell me now first. Output, I just started with a 0. That's the minimum point. What is the maximum number of units? How can we decide the maximum number of units? Based on the question what they have given. Based on the question what they have given to you, how to decide the maximum number of units? What is the expected sales maximum? Maximum expected sales is how much? 6,000 units. Therefore, our minimum point is 0. Maximum point is always how much? 6,000. Are you clear? Are you clear? Right. Now we can scale it. We can scale it. This is 2,000. This is 4,000. This is 6,000. Right? 2,000 units. 4,000 units. 6,000 units. It is not compulsory scale with what? 2,000, 2,000. Based on what your requirement, you can scale it. Even you can go with 1,000 units, or you can go with 500 units. It's up to you. Based on the space which is available behind your notebook, you can scale it, right? Now on the other side, y-axis, I just put the cost and revenue. How are we going to scale that part? How are we going to scale that part? Because maximum number of units is 6,000 units now. Therefore, the selling prices they have given what 12. Then cost is generally less than the what revenue. Therefore, the maximum sales would be 72,000. Do you agree with me? Because number of units sold is what 6,000. Expecting to sell. We are expecting to sell how many units? 6,000 units. Selling price is what $12. Therefore, the maximum sale that are we going to get 72,000. Do you agree with me? Therefore, now let's scale it as what 10,000, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. Right? Here 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, and here 80,000. Is that understandable? Once again, I'm telling you, it's not mandatory to go with the 10,000, 10,000. Based on your requirement, you can properly scale that values. But since I have put cost and revenue, revenue is obviously more than what? Cost. That's why I just took the value for what? Revenue. Now to draw the traditional break-even chart, you need to draw 3 lines. Do you all agree with me? What is the first line? Sales revenue line. Let's draw the sales revenue line. At 0 unit, what would be your sales? Very good. It would be what? 0. Correct? At 6,000 units, that is the maximum number of units. What would be your sales? 6,000 units, what would be your sales? 6,000 times 12, that would give you how much? 72,000. Somewhere here. This is the sales revenue. Now I can connect these 2 points. I can get what? Sales revenue line. Is that understandable? Sales revenue line? Is that but you'll have to use the ruler. You have to use the ruler. Is that understandable? Sales revenue line? Are you all okay? What is the second line? Total cost line. But what I am suggesting, before we get started with the total cost, quickly we'll finish it on the total fixed cost line. Because the total cost line which will originate from the what? Total fixed cost. I can prove it to you. At 0 unit, what is the total fixed cost? Let me know the fixed cost at 0 units. 0. Very good. Fixed overhead will remain constant. Even though if there is no production, fixed cost will be there. Therefore, at 0 unit, it will be what? 20,000. At 6,000 units also, it will be what? Same amount. This is what total fixed cost line. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Is that clear? Next one is what? Total cost line. You tell me what is meant by total cost. You tell me what is meant by total cost. Total cost has what? 2 elements. Am I correct? Total variable cost and the total fixed cost. So we found the 2 activity level. One is what? The minimum activity level is what? 0. Maximum activity level is what? 6,000 units. So at minimum 0, variable cost is how much? At 0 units. Variable cost is 0. Agree with me? But fixed cost will be there. Which is how much? 20,000. Therefore, the total cost is how much? 20,000 at 0 units. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? What is the maximum activity level? 6,000. At 6,000 unit, what is the total cost? At 6,000 units, TVC and what? TFC. The color, is it visible for you all? Visible, no? Then the variable cost per unit is how much? 7. Am I correct? Therefore, total variable cost would be 6,000 times 7, which is how much? 42,000. Fixed overhead will remain constant. It does not change. Am I correct? Which is how much? 20,000. Therefore, total cost would be how much? 62,000. Total cost would be 62,000. This is what total cost line. Agree with me? Agree with me? Now, just have a look. This is the point where total cost meets what? Total revenue. Your income equals to what? Your cost. So this point we call it as what? Break even. That would give you BP units. You want to calculate the margin of safety, this 6,000 minus BP is what? Most units. Correct? This basically what? Loss. This area will be what? Loss. This area will be what? After passing break even, you will start to earn profit. Ultimately, I have proved, look at graph and the formula is giving you what? Same answer. Are you clear with the traditional break even? Can you quickly finish it off? I don't know how far my graph is accurate since I have not used a ruler. What do you want? 5,000, no? Sorry? Right, okay. This is 5, no? I'm sorry, I made a small mistake. Excuse me. Contribution is 5. Then my everything is wrong now. Then here this is 5, then 4,000. Therefore, our break even also exactly what? 4,000. Now I'll have to adjust everything. My graph is not accurate, no? Only he has pointed out. Others just, taking down only. You could have told me. No? Then this is the point where it cuts. 4,000 as a what? BEP. So these two, we call it as what? Margin of safety. Are you all done? Next small heading, contribution break-even chart. Contribution break-even chart. Did you all sketch the graph? Do you want time? Are you all done? Guys? But you should use a ruler. Otherwise, you won't be getting the accurate answer. Put a star mark and write with regard to the margin of safety. Sometimes the examiner may ask you to write down the definitions. What is exactly margin of safety? Take down meaning of margin of safety. The margin of safety expresses the margin of safety expresses the gap between the gap between budgeted sales and break-even sales. Budgeted sales and break-even sales. Full stop and continue. It measures by how much the company needs to fall short of budgeted sales before it starts making loss. Before it starts making loss. Then again, within the bracket is mark, it functions as buffer. It functions as buffer. Buffer, right? Now we shall draw the second chart, contribution break-even chart. Small heading, contribution break-even chart. Contribution break-even chart. This would be drawn using three lines. Take down first one, sales revenue line. Second one, total cost line. Total cost line. Third one, variable cost line. variable cost line, right? You know how to draw the sales revenue line. You remember we did it, right? At 0 units, sales revenue is what? 0. Am I correct? At the 6,000 unit, it is what? 72,000. This is the sales revenue line, right? Then you know how to draw the what? Total cost line. Total cost line. At 0 unit, total cost is what? 20,000. Because of what? Fixed cost. Because of what? Fixed cost. Then we found at 6,000 unit, the total cost is how much? 6,000 times 7, which is 42,000, plus 20,000, 62,000. Already I have explained that part in the previous slides. You can check that one. 62,000. 62,000. My graph is wrong. Yes, okay. This is total cost line. Now, once again, this is the break-even point. Break-even point. And in addition to the what fixed cost line, here we are going to draw the what variable cost line. Do you agree with me? At 0 unit, what is the variable cost? 0. Variable cost per unit is what? $7. Therefore, 7 times 6, 42,000. This is the variable cost line. So once again, the break even would be same, 4,000 units, BP units. This is what margin of safety, right? Now my questions, what is the difference that you would see between the traditional and the contribution break even? Only what I did was only small change I made it. Instead of the fixed cost line, I drew what? Variable cost line. So then break even same. What you are going to identify from here? What you are going to identify here? Come on. Only the break even, sorry, contribution break even chart would be read off what? Contribution. How to calculate contribution? You know, this is the sales revenue, this area, correct? This gap is what? Variable cost. Therefore, sales revenue minus variable cost, the gap is what? Contribution. That can be read off right after passing the break even by referring only what? Contribution break even chart. Contribution break even chart. Clear? That's the advantage that we have contribution break even chart when compared with what? Traditional break even chart. Correct? Quickly take down the contribution break even chart. Yes, Umar, variable cost, yeah, variable cost tend to vary according to the activity level, Umar. At 0 unit, there's no variable cost. Therefore, it will start from the origin. At 6,000 units, each unit variable cost is what? $7. Altogether, what? $42,000. Therefore, at 6,000 units, the cost is what? 42,000. 42,000. Right? Somewhere here, my graph is wrong. 42,000. And you know what is exactly meant by contribution, Umar? Sales revenue minus variable cost equal to contribution. After passing the break even point, you can read off the contribution after each units. That's the advantage that we have under contribution break even chart when compared with our traditional. Excuse me. At the same time, most common diagrams is traditional and the last one, profit volume chart. These are the two main common diagrams under break even point. Right. Let's move on to the last diagram, profit volume chart. Profit volume chart. Profit volume chart. It's very easy. Yes, one profit volume chart. Just have a look. This is the output. 2,000 units, 4,000 units, 6,000 units. Right? This is profit. This is what loss? 0. What is the minimum number of units? Minimum number of units? 0. At 0 unit, what is your sales revenue? At 0 unit, what is your sales revenue? 0. What is your total variable cost? 0. What is your contribution? 0. What is your fixed cost? What is your fixed cost? Come on. What is your fixed cost at 0 units? Fixed overhead will remain constant. Even though if there is no production, fixed cost will be there. Therefore, at 0 unit, there is a fixed cost of how much? 20,000. Therefore, at 0 unit, you will make a loss of how much? 20,000. Is that understandable? Therefore, loss 20,000. Let's say this is 10,000 loss. This is 20,000 loss. This is 10,000 profit. 20,000 profit. So at 0 unit, the loss is how much? 20,000. Correct? What is the maximum number of units? 6,000. You tell me, at 6,000 units, what is the total sales revenue? 6,000 times what? What is the selling price? $12. Am I correct? $12. Therefore, 72,000. What is the total variable cost? 6,000 times 7. Am I correct? Which is how much? 84,000. Sorry, 42,000. 42,000. Then what is the contribution? 30,000 is the contributions. Am I correct? Minus fixed cost, how much? 20,000. Therefore, 10,000, you will make a profit, but at 6,000 units. At 6,000 units, you will make a profit of how much? 10,000. So, this is 10,000. Somewhere here. Now, if you connect these 2 points, it cuts here. Correct? So, this we call it as what? PEP units. That is how much? 4,000. This is the profit volume chart. Much more important when it comes to what? Multi-product break-even. There are no steps to be followed to draw the profit volume chart. Right? Y-axis and x-axis. Y-axis you can put the profit and losses both together. And x-axis is only the what? Output. There are 2 activity level. One is a 0 activity. Another one is what? Maximum number of units. Which is how many units? 6,000 units. At 0 unit, anyway, you will be making a loss due to the what? Fixed cost. Due to the fixed cost, you will be making what? Loss, which is how much? 20,000. At 6,000 units, you know the contribution. Each unit contribution is what? $5. 6,000 times 5 is how much? 30,000 as a what? Total contribution. Minus what? Fixed overhead, which is what? 20,000. Therefore, you will be making a profit of how much? $10,000. Now, you will plug the point where in the graph at 6,000 units, 10,000. If you connect these 2 points, it cuts where in the x-axis, the break-even. That is 4,000 units. Are you all clear, online students? If there are no questions, we can wind up the sessions. Do you have any questions? So tomorrow, of course, we'll be discussing with our multi-product break-even analysis. Little bit of advance. We are going to deal with the more than one product. How are we going to calculate the break-even? And with that, we will be starting with the past papers question. But one other lighter topic where in the syllabus break-even. Hope you all enjoyed. See you at tomorrow, same time, 8 o'clock. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, online students.